Badkins with a show support there. Thanks for the 39 tier 3 from Padkins 003. You guys have had the privilege of community commentary as well. All right, I just got a link from Eric here, so that means we're probably about to see a first move very shortly. Wow. Look at what I did there. Look at what I did there. E4 Eric. Indeed, indeed. Things are underway, and gonna get the live camera on the screen here in just a sec. All right. Looks like a nice quality camera. Has the camera work and whatnot been flawless? I'm not sure who's all been commentating every round, but hopefully that's been no problem. Okay. There we go. Figure we can use this for now. I think we can see everything there. Got the camera up and everything. What's up, Mr. Studio? Hello, Grinifwin. Chewy. Thanks for the 77-month resub. Hell of a long time. Let's go, Eric. Thanks, Chewy21. And thanks to Turtle Eddie for the brand new sub. Brand new Prime sub, by the way. All right, here we go. Not many moves have happened here. Erica a little bit lower on time because he was probably setting up the live camera. I think there's a large amount of the chat who will be familiar with this one so far. Nothing unusual. You see, you guys are at GM level so far. There's no difference between you and the grandmasters playing this game. Absolutely everyone here could produce these moves on the board. We are all the same so far. D3, nice and solid, nice and solid. It's a skill, Edwig. It really is. As you can see from the time control, we're in classical chess territory here. Novendra Priasmoro. I've definitely don't think I've ever played him. I'm not sure I've even played in the same tournament as him, but I certainly know that grandmaster. Yuri the Terrible. Hello from Zagreb, Croatia. Go Eric. Hello to Yuri. Yeah, is anyone watching from Croatia? We've got one so far. Do you guys ever make eye contact with your opponent? Speaking of that, red pandas, I do not. The only time I do it is when they refuse to resign. Then I stare exclusively at them. Not once have I made eye contact other than that. I make a point of it. In the same vein, I have never been on an airplane and reclined my seat. Just things that are not that unusual to do, but I've never done them. They just feel awkward. Obviously, bishop c5 is a natural move here for black, but often when you see white play this more like slow approach, you're not really that bothered playing, bishop e7 and setups like this. h6 is definitely going to be a move, especially when you see a slower move like d3, but yeah, in general, I would expect bishop c5. It's the main move. Sometimes you don't like bishop c5 right away because maybe c3 could be played with d4, or Tim's very dangerous and lethal Evans gambit. But the move order with knight f6 and then d3, I feel like you got to play bishop c5 after that. Screaming h3 for habits. Yeah, h3 would certainly not be a poor move here. You would never be in the wrong. But a lot of people are scared of the bishop g4 pin. And in most cases, for example, like this, if the pin actually happens, it usually works out not really that well for black, because at some point we will attack this bishop and the bishop will have a choice. If the bishop goes back to e6 or d7, then there has been no purpose to the move bishop g4, because h3 is always helpful for white. So the only justification for this move is to take or move back to h5. And if you take, there's basically not a single e4, e5 position where you give up your light squared bishop as black. Truly, there isn't. So I would absolutely never, ever recommend something like this, which means the only thing you're really doing is playing bishop h5. And first of all, it's not crazy for white to play g4, because black's bishop is usually quite terrible on g6. But on top of that, white has a very natural maneuver of knight f1 to g3, which white's going to do anyway. And so if I'm going to do this anyway, the fact that I'm hitting a bishop at the end of the maneuver is brilliant, because if the bishop goes back to g6, again, it's doing nothing there. The bishop on c4 is so much better than the bishop on g6. It's not even close. So it's kind of weird, but bishop g4 in these positions for black is honestly usually a pretty poor move. There's only a few justifications for bishop g4. Sometimes if the knight has already moved out to c3, then that pin is a little bit more nasty, because there's no knight to support it on d2 anymore. Black is threatening knight d4 in a lot of those cases. Or sometimes if white brings their bishop out, then maybe black can do the same thing, because after h3, we wouldn't have g4. If you imagine something like this. Bishop g4 is not crazy in these positions, because my knight cannot reach g3 anymore. I can't play g4 anymore. So the two main reasons that I outlined previously are not really possible here. not saying bishop g4 is like a fantastic move here, but it's definitely a lot better than previous. Thanks for the 35 months there, Swans Loons. So black castles. All that's to say, h3 is a fine move for white, but because white hasn't played knight c3 yet, I think you're actually happy to see bishop g4, and then you can play knight d2 and h3 yourself. But if you do play knight c3, then bishop g4 can be quite annoying. So a lot of the time people do play knight c3 because that's like a habits thing to do from my early habits series. And that's why I always recommend the move h3 somewhere in there so that you don't get dinged by these two moves, which is a really elementary and common way to lose in e4, e5 quickly for white or black, to be honest. And everything that I just outlined, you know, can also apply the other way around to black's position too. Yeah, we got a grandmaster opponent today. A few people got dinged, Tommy, including Hans. If anyone's been paying attention to the World Team Rapid Championship, there's been some victims. Some people have been getting dinged. So everything that I just mentioned about bishop g4 obviously applies to Eric's decision to play bishop g5 here. After bishop g5, if black plays h6, bishop h4, what usually happens, to be honest, is we can usually break this pin with bishop e7, just because black hasn't played d6 yet. So I feel like if d6 happens or d3 happens and the knight's already out, the same way I was talking about knight c3, these pins, like, I don't know, they're a little bit more dangerous. So probably if d6 happens, he might be more interested in bishop g5. So we see Eric playing h3. What does that tell me about this position? I'm thinking that Eric's considering knight c3, bishop g5. Otherwise, if we're going for a setup like this, not that h3 is a bad move, but you wouldn't really need to play it. The only other purpose for h3 is to stop knight g4. But not really sure that knight g4 is a problem here. So if Eric's playing h3, I'm thinking a little bit more about these kind of moves. Because a setup like this, e3, knight g3, is very solid, but at the same time, I wouldn't be that scared of bishop g4 in that case. So I wonder if we are thinking of this. Like if d6 happens, c3, and we could be trying to rush the move d4. I'm trying to think of a few reasons why we go with an early h3, which, as I said, is never really a mistake, but it usually is pretty intentional. So if Eric's watching this g4 square so early, it makes me think he's like either going for something like this or something like very quick c3 d4, and he doesn't want the bishop to pin the knight, which would be really annoying for a plan like that. So I don't know. What do you guys think he's up to here? Okito Poki, thanks for the year. Wow, a full year. Go Big Chief. We almost had 3 years from Swans Loons. A year from Oki. Thank you. Yeah, h3 is always a good move. This is why it's in my habit series. It's like literally cannot go wrong playing h3. There's some lines that black goes knight g4. Like I've seen so many weird lines like knight g4 and like king h8 and f5, and like you even sack the knight on g4. I'm like, I can't keep up. So c3 looks like a very natural next move. The other thing is, I guess both sides have to be mindful of this bishop. Like, as soon as black plays the move d6 right now, the reason you usually see the move c3 is because, well, as soon as the central pawn's defended by something other than the knight, it becomes an immediate threat to play knight a5. And knight a5 will just win the bishop. That's why you always see people play like move like c3. It's like, yeah, you're kind of thinking of this, but you also want your bishop to be able to escape back. Like, this would actually be really good for white. We have b4 threatened, we have a4 coming, d4 coming. And this doesn't really look very good. And most importantly, the bishop escapes. So it's not like black gets to exchange the knight for the bishop at all. But when you see d6 guarding the pawn, it kind of tells you this is a threat. So after d6, if it gets played, I imagine we would have to play one of two moves, c3 or a4. Yeah, those are the only moves that make sense to me, because you can never really let yourself lose the bishop pair like that. Yeah, the position has been reached 10,000 times, I'm sure. Probably more than that. But I would say that also contributes to why people, even grandmasters, spend time in a position like this, because everyone knows you can make a routine move that's been made before. But if everyone makes routine moves in a position that's so explored, I don't know, you might just not get much of an advantage. So either you want to come up with something new, you're trying to remember something new that you've looked at, you're trying to think of natural move orders your opponent's going to use, and maybe you could use a tricky move order against that, because there's so many different moves black could play next, like a6, a5, d6, rook b8, bishop b6, h6, and there's just so many options here that you're kind of spoiled for choice. But I would expect c3. I don't think we have a move yet from Eric's opponent here. But yeah, h3 is kind of like a, hey, show me what setup you're going to go for. d6, as I said, I think we'll see one of those two moves, most likely c3. Yep, played very quickly there. Yeah, now knight a5 is not winning the bishop, which is important. You don't have to go back here. You can take the long road. And of course, you could say here that, you know, by playing bishop d7, the bishop is not able to retreat all the way. So you kind of do win the bishop, but, you know, after the exchange, you just lose a piece. So there's not really a way that black can get his hands on that light squared bishop very easily. So we did see the move a5 by black. Again, very standard. A lot of the times after a5 gets played, if I'm thinking of some kind of theory, there's definitely a situation I feel like where black plays bishop e6 and white goes bishop b5. So I don't know if we're gonna see that. Like, if white plays a natural looking move, a4 comes to mind, but bishop b5 almost wins the pawn. So let's say bishop e6. And then here I feel like I'm not really sure the order of moves. Like, I'm no good at this e4, e5 theory exactly, but I swear I've seen this and like queen b8 and queen a7. It's some kind of weird theory. So I don't know how close that is to happening on the board. a4 is a really easy move to play here as well. You know, a5 is played so that this bishop has a place to retreat to stop b4, and in some moments definitely to play the move a4, because a4 and maybe knight a5 or something could be good. Hello to Nicola, and hello to Airbus Driver. Swinger of Birches, really appreciate the 30 months, man. Welcome back. Good afternoon to ABD. And Nicola, thanks for the 1,000 bits. Hello, Felix. Hello to Wheel T Money. Yeah, I had a good, nice little couple days break. Just hanging out, cottage vibes. Lots of sun, lots of coffees on the veranda, and just hanging out by the water. No, not that kind. Not that kind. Okay, rook e1. Yeah, so maybe I was like kind of putting knight d2 on the board, but perhaps rook e1, bishop e6, bishop b5. I don't know. We could get this weird queen b8 line. I'm definitely no e4, e5 expert. But in this situation, with Eric supporting the e pawn, he's definitely saying like, okay, d4 is a bit more of an idea here. And I think bishop e6. Okay, bishop b5 is not the only move after bishop e6, but it's definitely a line I've seen before. So we'll see how black chooses to develop here. Okay, if something like rook e8, kind of wondering about bishop g5. Like at some point, the things I was saying about the pin here start to become reality. And the only good way for black to handle this pin at this point is, to be honest, it's really like h6, g5. Because this pin with the center opening up is just kind of annoying. I don't know. The bishop just sits there, and none of black's pieces can really move. You've probably seen a lot of positions where d5 happens in one way or another, because even though you win a pawn here, it's like, I don't know. I feel like there's so many positions that just look very similar to this. I think I've seen this before from black, but not with a5 and c3 included. So I feel like these two moves kind of benefit white, because we're about to play d4 here. It feels like white is just doing quite well. But yeah, there's all these variations in e4, e5 where black sacks a pawn. I'm actually not sure, Andy Pandy. Eric has 4-4, so we can assume he's very focused on chess right now. I mean, the answer is yes, Peter, but definitely focusing on this event, at least for this week. Be streaming pretty much every day at 11 a.m. That's when the morning rounds are. There are some rounds that actually happen at 4 a.m. And I believe we're going to get some commentary from those that can manage. 4 a.m. is not for me. So we'll still have them covered. Will Eric stay in Croatia for a while after the tournament? No, I can't. Seems like a weird thing to do. Is Eric going to live in Croatia? Is that what you're asking? What's a while? Is 3 days a while? Is a month a while? People often mistake chess players for, let's say, more official tourists, chess players usually travel to a lot of places, but do not experience those places at all. Very, very common to attend a chess tournament in a location, arrive maybe the day before the tournament, and leave maybe the morning after, and have one game a day and pretty much be confined to like the grocery store, maybe like a restaurant at most, and like never leave the 3-block radius that you're in. That's probably 95% of chess players' experiences. Yeah, it's just when people travel, like at the end of the day, like playing a tournament like this is definitely work. It's not like a full vacation. Even when we were doing our European tour, I feel like a lot of people thought that was a full vacation. It was a lot of fun, but it's definitely a lot of work. There's just not really time to explore and like really chill. So I don't know. I assume he'll he should take a few days in Croatia. Just gorgeous in the summer, but no, Saric is not in this tournament. But taking like a week off is not really something us streamers can swing too often. I was just away for the weekend. Fantastic ABD. Very deserved. We saw h6 played. I was actually just mentioning that if rook e8, perhaps bishop g5 would be a little bit frustrating to deal with. So, this move definitely deals with that. If you think from Black's perspective, Black's kind of dealt with all of pretty much everything that Eric's thrown at the position. A5 here, h6 here, very solid in the center. Bishop developed out. It's kind of like position you could never really complain about. From Black's perspective, you're not dealing with any nasty pins. Your bishop is developed out. It's not locked in. Getting rid of this bishop, I feel like, is, I don't know, maybe some kind of priority for Black. But I don't know how bishop e6 is. I definitely think Eric has a comfortable game here because Black has done very non-threatening things. Spent time on d6, a5, h6. Not any kind of meaningful advantage, but for example, there's a lot of lines where Black goes for that d5 move, and for the moment at least, it looks like we're a little bit away from that. Another one, 78 months from Bonsai Gaming. Thank you for another one. Yeah, Eric's playing an over-the-board tournament, classical chess, FIDE rated, of course, in Croatia. It's called the Split Open. And he's currently 4 out of 4, as you can see at the bottom of the screen beside his name there. And he's playing someone else who's 4 out of 4, a fellow grandmaster. Eric's the top seed in the tournament, which obviously gives him great chances against all his opponents, but he's not the most active in OTB chess, so definitely some rust to shake off. And obviously when you're the top seed, it can be pretty annoying. Everyone's gunning for you. You have like terrible rating odds against every single opponent. Obviously it means you have better winning chances, but There are a lot of players who just play significantly better than than their rating, especially younger opponents. No, Mr. Quack 123. The Pro Chess League got axed. It got removed. It is no more. Yeah, Pro Chess League was fun. Definitely not super popular, I guess. It's one way to say it. People enjoyed watching it, but clearly not enough. Wasn't worth it. Yeah, lots of cheating. Tough to regulate the fair play in it. Um, got to offer big prizes to get people in it, but obviously, I don't know. I guess it didn't hold up in terms of attracting sponsors and whatnot. What do I think about d4 here? I think d4 is a fantastic move. My anticipation is not that black is going to take it, though. The way that black has set things up, it makes me think that d4, black is interested in just retreating the bishop. I am actually no good at deciding between which bishop square to retreat to, so I suppose for now I'll just use this one. It's like you go here and you start to hate knight b5, you go here and you start to hate knight c4, so it's like a lose-lose. But I think d4, the bishop would retreat, and if you take, then black can probably take back with either. But this looks, yeah, it just looks so solid. Like, black's completely fine here. So we probably need a little bit more. And if you play d4 and then you play d5, these positions usually start to get very, very, very bad for white. The knight just swings over to g6, and white has almost no development. Bishop is so powerful from b6 here. So d4, bishop b6, I think you'd have to then maintain the pawn on d4. I don't really like taking, and I don't like pushing. And white almost never really likes either of those moves. So if you play d4, it's probably to leave the pawn there. From here, you can't really play knight d2 because your d-pawn is hit. So the only way you could develop that knight is to a3. But again, the knight on a3, it's not that bad, but it does look a little bit strange, especially when other squares might be available. Bishop e3, knight takes. d5 is almost always the answer here. And then, takes. The knight is the knight's hit on e4 and on c6, and if you move, then yeah, it's even worse, to be honest. So you could maybe leave that pawn loose for a moment and then try to go knight d2 next. But I don't know. This is where it gets into those e4, e5 weeds, and I'm not that familiar. A position like this almost reminds me of that line that Hikaru was playing in the Candidates, where like he kept bringing his queen out, and then like this has to be good for white. There's just this is never what black signs up for in these positions. So it looks weird to give up the bishop, but in order to play d5, you'll trade these bishops. The bishop pair for black lasts about one move there. So yeah, it's just d4 is very committal. Once you go d4, then bishop b6, and you kind of have to go for these other moves. You could try to play bishop back in order to play maybe knight a3, knight c4. That could be an option as well. Yeah, but it's definitely more committal. So let's say you don't play d4 and you want a move that just keeps the balance in the position. Of course, knight d2 comes to mind. Knight d2 looks like a fantastic move. It's never going to be anything too wrong with that. Going to f1 and maybe g3 and then maybe d4 later. Or maybe bishop e3. A4... Yeah, a4 is never going to be a bad move either. So I feel like knight d2, a4 are both perfectly fine here. As we see knight d2. Yeah, Eric went for the approach that I think makes a little bit more sense. Eric's really good at these e4, e5 positions, but sometimes when you just go straight away with d4, it plays into your opponent's hands because the lines are a bit more forcing, whereas Eric just plays a move like knight d2, and he's like, okay, let's see a little bit more, more of a maneuvering game. Maybe my opponent will put pieces on incorrect squares, whereas d4, it's so forcing that it's almost like hard for your opponent to make a mistake. After d4, it's clear the bishop can't go to e6. It's clear there's no bishop g4, no bishop f5. So it's like, it just feels like you're helping your opponent with their moves become a little bit simpler. So he went with knight bd2 to just play a slower game, more maneuvering, maybe d4 later. And I still think the theory revolves around bishop e6, bishop b5. That feels like something that's familiar to me. Marcus LJ, thanks for the 33 months with Prime. Thanks, Giant. See you, man. I have never been to Croatia. Definitely will make it at some point, though. Knight b3, I don't like at all. Blocks the bishop. It's going to get hit by a4 as soon as the bishop moves. Yeah, those two reasons are pretty good. Also, it makes a threat, and black is going to move the bishop back. And then what's the knight doing on b3? Not really that much. Especially because it's about to be hit with a4. So, yeah, it's kind of a one-move threat, but black wants to play bishop b6 anyway, because the move d4 is going to force that. So, black gets to make a move they're happy with, and we get to make a move that blocks their queen, blocks our bishop, gets hit by a4 next. Doesn't really help us out. Yeah, Mandarin Monkey was talking about the chairs here. They do look pretty brutal, eh? Those are like seniors home bridge chairs. Maybe they are more comfy than you think, but I have a feeling they are as comfy as you think. Interesting, Tommy. A4 to me, I'm thinking of bishop b5, but wondering why that would be no good. I mean, it is true that when I see a5, my instinct is always to just play a4 or kind of vice versa. So if you delay it, a4 comes to mind to me as a move, but I just thought bishop b5 was always very good because there's no way a3 is good for black. We just go b4. Okay, this pawn might fall at some point. There's just no way this is good. But the engine is like not that disturbed here. For some reason. Bishop d7? What the hell is happening here? Okay, it has to be related to this. Wow. Just great compensation, I guess. Can drop this bishop back. You can take the bishop pair at any time. And maybe at minimum, you have like a draw like that. Plus maybe some sacks over here. I don't know. Knight h5, queen. I guess it's a little scary. Interesting. Okay, well that kind of answers my question. I didn't even realize a4 was possible here because I just kind of thought bishop b5, but bishop d7 is a pretty good response. Not that this position is bad for white, but bishop b5, if you can't really take it, does not seem as good. So knight d2. And Eric's opponent's thinking here. He'll definitely be considering a4 because, as I said, when white just does not play it, it has to come to mind as a possibility. Okay, but if not a4, this looks like, I mean, such a natural move, and I swear this, I swear this is like the theory here or something. I can't lie, bishop b6 makes sense to me because you get out of d4. But the reason I don't like bishop b6 and why I do not think it will be played is because d4 is not a move that white has to play. So if white does not play d4 and instead just plays like bishop b3, maybe knight c4, then I'm like, is my bishop even on a good square? Like I'm gonna have to move it again. That doesn't feel good. So if I had to pick here, I feel like the most natural common move is probably bishop e6, and then maybe if black is quite familiar with the position, he might go a4. But it feels like to play a4, you have to be very comfortable with that line where you sack the exchange, and I'm not sure you would be able to do that unless you had, I don't know, looked at it beforehand or prepared it or something. At least familiar with the idea. Thank you for the updates, Tommy. So a4 is possible, huh? Do you get up and look at other games when you walk around? Absolutely. Not like usually super intently, unless it's like a interesting position. Like sometimes you walk around and you expect most games to be in the middle game, and then you see one game where someone is like in the end game already, and you just start looking at it because you're like, what the hell? You can almost analyze to the end of the game. But sometimes you just don't think about anything. Like walk around, look outside, like just look at anything except the chessboard. Chess players are very good at visualizing the position, so sometimes you could just be thinking about your own game. No, and anyone you see walking around is probably playing on a board. I would be very surprised if the large majority of people walking around were not players. Did I prep for tournaments when I was a beginner or an amateur? Definitely not. just showed up. I think when you become a more seasoned and serious tournament player, you start preparing, or even start studying in general. I don't recall, like, I'm serious. I don't recall ever like studying theory before I was like 2000. Definitely not. Engines were like not as strong. It just wasn't a thing. Like I don't even know. I just like showed up. And like I could analyze my games, like what to do better, but it was a lot of analysis like with a stronger player, not like with an engine. But nowadays you have like 1200s who are on Chessable. That was definitely not a thing. The amount of theory that sub 1500s are aware of nowadays is mind blowing. If you were under 1500 when I was playing chess, or when I was under 1500, you're just a regular ass person. You just showed up at the board and I can see what you can invent. See which themes or patterns you saw in other games that you could implement. Like, obviously, as you get stronger, you would read more books, you would study, but as an amateur, I feel like the game has changed completely. Because even as you're starting out in chess, I feel like you can you can study. That didn't even like occur to me. It was more like reading kids' books and like basic patterns and beginner chess understanding. Thanks to the Saint for 88 months. Longtime supporter. Yeah, I am the Saint. I hope you can appreciate that. I'm joining the club officially. Definitely did, Andy. Yep, that's a big part of the role. Nowadays, 2000s have written chessable courses. That's correct. The limit for someone who studies and works hard but didn't play chess in their younger years. I am. That's the limit. Thanks, Buck81, for the 42 months with Prime. Go, Chief. Opponent in the tank here. Trying to decide how to proceed. I've mentioned, like, if he's very familiar, he'll be going for this, but I don't know if this is something you sit at the board and calculate out. I feel like the most likely move is this one, and Bishop b6 is playable, but somehow it doesn't look that correct. I would say that Rook e8 is definitely a move here, but just does not feel right. Doesn't feel necessary. If you want to play Bishop e6, you want to take back like that. So wouldn't be surprised to see Eric just continue with that plan. Black's eyes are on the A-pawn side of the board. That's a very detailed analysis. There's not much to calculate for Black on this side. So whether or not Black is considering A4, I think the only thing you're really considering are moves that, have to do with, like, they're just all over here in this box. So yeah, I wouldn't spend much time looking at the king side either. You could play knight e7 to go knight g6, but as soon as the knight goes back, that's usually the cue to play this move, because now you can see Black cannot react how he would want to, which is Bishop b6. If only that knight were on g6 already. So Black has to take, which, I think this is exactly what White wants. So that's why Black can't really just go knight e7, knight g6. Yeah, for that reason, bishop b6 makes a lot of sense. I don't disagree, but something about this move just, I don't know, just feels wrong with the knight able to go to c4, but I don't think I'm really formulating that opinion with some deeply rooted calculation or anything like that. Just, I don't know. Knight on c4 looks bothersome. But I like that it seems to intend knight e7. So I will say that. Knight e7, knight g6 looks like a fantastic plan for black. So bishop b6 in order to do that, I really do like. Makes the move d4 much less frightening. So, and if everybody continues here, like with the same idea, I don't know. I feel like black's fine with this. They're gonna play c6, and you know, we've definitely seen this before. I think this now transposes to another line, but after this, I think, I know it's weird, but I think black plays d5 here, and I've just seen so many of these positions where everybody like takes on e5 and e4, and it's just like a complete mess, complete liquidation, so much tension in the center. So I would feel like white wants to avoid those hypersymmetrical positions. Do I think Eric has a good shot of winning the tournament? I have a question for you. Do you think Eric has a good shot of winning the tournament as the top seed in the tournament? I feel we may have similar opinions. I think there's a good shot. I think there's a very good shot. The weather looks good, you know, from the, you can just tell the way that people are dressed, like the light in the room. Seeing a lot of like, pretty much everyone's wearing like shorts, like flip-flops. Just looks beautiful. What's the weather in Croatia right now? -28 Celsius with a big fat sun. Yeah, I have a few courses available, Shock, in the store that I've spent a long time preparing. Latest one was released on the London system, so it has some video, quite substantial video analysis and very detailed PGN explanations with lots of moves and text analysis there. So kind of have those options, have a few courses, and as you saw, the group lessons. But no, don't do any one-on-one coaching. You'll find a lot of that through like, yeah, our YouTube videos, and then we have the group lessons. So I feel like there's quite a few substitutes for that. I think Ninja, you should probably consider a course, especially on like an opening, as soon as you're serious about improving, and that could be at any point. You know, you could just start chess and be like 600, 700, and just know that you want a solid opening that's reliable, that you can play against anything to get you started, and you're gonna at least keep at chess for a little while. I think it's already worth it. But if you're just on the fence about like whether to take chess seriously or not, then yeah, at that point, I think you might not be ready for it. But it's like the same thing. I don't know if I'm starting like a hobby or a pastime. There's gonna be a moment where, I'll be faced with a decision where I know I'm gonna get more enjoyment out of it, but I'm gonna have to commit some money to it. That happens all the time. Um, if you pick up hockey or something, it's like, okay, at some point, like I gotta get a nicer stick. I gotta get some skates. If I'm doing climbing, it's like at some point I gotta get my own climbing shoes. I'm not gonna keep renting them from the gym. It's just like such a waste of money. And maybe at some point I'll get a membership to a climbing gym instead of just paying a day pass. So you just like make these decisions depending how seriously you're taking it. I think it's just the same with chess. At some point you're like, well, shit, I play chess every single day. I log on every single day. I'll get a lot more enjoyment out of it if I'm winning more. And something that I'm doing every single day, investing $150 into a course to give you full confidence with the white pieces seems pretty reasonable. Investing $200 into a pair of climbing shoes that you're going to use every single time you do this thing that you're going to be committing to, and you already have been doing like once a week, it's just a no-brainer. That definitely does, Stu. At some point, I was saying like I was streaming off an Amazon Basics chair for quite some time, and eventually we were like, okay, we've been streaming for a couple years, we're really in this. It's not just like stream for a year or two, like see how it goes. Like no, we're really in it, and we're not really going anywhere. So let's invest in a very high quality chair. I'm gonna be sitting in that fucking chair nonstop every single day, pretty much. So it's just at some point you're crazy not to invest into something that you're already investing time in. Just because you'll get more enjoyment out of it, and you don't have to. But that's the way I think of things that I sink time into. I'm like, okay, we've sunk so much time into it. Clearly, get a lot out of it. Sink a little bit of money into it as well, and get even more out of it. I don't think the chair that Eric's in right now costs $1,000, but maybe for the right person. Bishop a7 was played, which is pretty much in the same vein as bishop b6. So now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, it makes me happy with the black pieces because I get this plan. And the nice thing is it is kind of out of this knight c4, which was bothering me. So I don't know, don't really mind this. I've also mentioned I'm so bad at deciding whether to play bishop b6 or bishop a7 when you have the option. So I don't really know. Um, a couple things for white. Knight f1, knight g3 is a very, very simple idea and definitely a good one. So I don't see any problem with that if Eric wants to, I don't know, make a move without thinking too much. A4 comes to mind, but if Eric hasn't played a4 thus far, I don't see any reason to play it now, especially when a4 from black is not really a move anymore. So if you play a4, you definitely wouldn't really take, but I assume now you could play just bishop b5 and take. So yeah, I don't see the need for that. Bishop b3 is a move that you'll always see, like, feels like you'll always see at some point in this opening to bring the bishop back, maybe to clear the c4 square, but it's hard not to play knight f1 here. This is the move that just keeps jumping out at me. Like, it's so solid, such a good plan. And after bishop e6, I feel a lot better about bishop b5 now because there's no queen b8, queen a7. And you might be wondering, like, okay, what's the big deal about bishop b5? Like, black can always do this knight e7, knight g6 thing. And you're right, but the point is I'm avoiding an exchange of bishops. Like, I could even go bishop a4 here. I know it's like, yeah, it's probably not the best move. I think knight g3 is a little bit better, but the bishop will go back, and I'm not sure how good this bishop is on e6. Like, we're going to play d4, and can't really say for sure whether this bishop is well placed there. But yeah, it's just such a common reaction. Not all the time, but when the pawn's on a5, bishop e5 feels so good because there's no a6. So you can just kind of put the bishop there and leave it. So let's say we go here and black plays knight e7 because that makes a lot of sense. Knight here, right? Very difficult to imagine any other moves. You could consider like knight e3, but I don't see the point. Knight g3 is very standard. Guards this, doesn't block the e file. So knight here, knight g6, and one of these two moves. Now, bishop e3 is fine. I'm not saying that bishop e3 is terrible, but I do not like pawn takes here, even though it covers that square, because I've played c3. c3 feels like I'd rather that pawn on c2 in this structure. It's much more solid. So yeah, I might take this way, but then if I'm taking this way, I'm wondering how much of an advantage I really have. c65 is there, like knight can come to f4 nice and easy. There is maybe like a4, c6, b5 as an option. So I don't really like trading the bishop, but what I don't mind is maybe doing this and then putting the bishop there behind the pawn. That looks pretty reasonable. So we'll see what Eric wants to do, but yeah, for me, it's hard not to play knight f1. It just looks so standard. Bishop b5 before bishop e6 is playable, but I wouldn't expect it. Bishop b3 or knight f1 are the two moves. And as I said, a4 can be played, and I don't think it's a bad move at all. But I would be a little surprised because Eric hasn't played a4 so far. Yeah, it's just a4. It looks like such a fine move. But as I said, if it hasn't been played so far, I wonder how worried he is about it in the future. Like right now, can I just go bishop b5? Like a3, b4. Just feels like at some point we'll take it back. Just indoor Yuri. Knight f5, do they take? Yeah, I guess if you mean in these positions. Yeah, so knight f5, depending on when you do it, will have a different reaction. In general, bishop takes f5 is not going to be that special because the knight goes back, you play g4, and you know this bishop can be reasonably strong. Black will go like this to block the diagonal, but yeah, white's doing okay here. I think the main problem with rushing is black will play c6 or just d5, and it's really annoying because I'll be threatening to like take on e4 and undermine the knight. You can't really take me because of the knight, so you don't really want to jump in before you're ready to go. Ready to support it. Cements UK. So, I wouldn't be shocked by a4, but I don't expect it. I could definitely see this because you're just getting out of the way of anything in the center. You're stopping a4 once and for all. But I guess knight f1 is it's just the easiest move to play. It's the one I'm the most familiar with, and I'm definitely not an e4, e5 expert, so I see something familiar, and I don't think I see anything too dangerous from black's position here. So yeah, I feel like I would go knight f1 right away. But there's a lot to consider here that I'm not really accounting for at the moment. This is not a bad move. I'm so familiar with this bishop b5 idea when the pawn's on a5 that I would want to leave it there for that. chief in the tank here. Yep, I've been talking about this maneuver a lot. Guppy fighter, 97, knight g6. If white goes here, I absolutely expect it from black. Just because the move d5 is, you're always a little bit behind here. You've played slow with this, slow with that, slow with bishop back. You can't be giving up e-pawns like that. And so the only natural move after this feels to me like knight e7, g6, or bishop e6. Those are only two moves I've been really talking about. You could go rook e8 to prepare d5. But again, I think all these slow moves like this, especially d6 and then d5, even though we don't actually win that pawn, I think white has to be so happy. By the way, you can often play d4 in these positions. This is a, well, serious blunder by black. So yeah, if d4 can't be taken, I feel like this is already a big problem. Bishop a7. So if bishop b3, bishop e6, do you play bishop c2? That is a great question. I would definitely consider it, but bishop b3, bishop e6. I also don't see any problem with this. Just because when the bishop's here and I move my knight, okay, bishop takes c4 is a problem. It's not the end of the world for white, but I don't think we want to allow that. Whereas the bishop on b3, I'm actually not offended by bishop takes b3. I'll play queen takes b3, hit the b pawn, and go from there. So if I did this and black did that, I would probably then continue on with my knight f1 plan. You could say maybe you would play bishop a4, but then I don't understand bringing the bishop back. Then I would just leave it there and play bishop b5. I don't really care for that. So yeah, I think if you go back, bishop e6, probably leave it there with knight f1. Like, it feels good to hang on to your light squared bishop, but it's hard to say like, oh, my light squared bishop's better than yours when black's is doing that and white's bishop is not doing anything. So I would say after this that we just go like that. It just feels weird to go here and then go bishop a4. Not crazy, because as I've been saying, bishop here, bishop b5 is the move. But then, I just don't understand going back and then doing it. May as well make a more useful move and then go there. This looks okay. You definitely don't want to take this way. I know it feels like you're opening the rook, but you can never play b4. d4 is always much worse now because you give up a square. I don't really care for this this a takes b3 move. So I think knight f1. It's such a standard move. These are really the three main moves that I would be considering here. We can't really play d4. There's no move with the knight. Unsurprising to see knight f1 from Eric. I think that's a great move. There's just no need to waste time with a4 when black has never played it himself, and clearly we don't really need it. If a4 gets played, I still like bishop b5. So if black didn't play a4 in the previous turn, I don't think he's going to play it on this turn. Put it that way. I anticipate this because that's why black brought the bishop away from the center, so that d4 didn't force black to take. Now, if d4, then you could get the knight there in time. So yeah, I kind of expect this or this. Bishop e6. That's the other move that we could see, but yeah. As I said, knight f1, knight e7 will be the very standard reply. I don't think Eric's interested in playing d4 at all. I would be very surprised not to see knight g3. The only move that Eric could play instead of knight g3 would be bishop back. Because I don't think he'll play d4. Just doesn't make sense before bringing the knight. And then a4, again, just seems unnecessary yet. So I think he'll play knight g3. And then black will play knight g6. There's absolutely no way bishop e6 will get any preference over knight g6 here. So this looks good. This looks standard. The interesting thing about bishop e6 now is there's no bishop b5, obviously, because there's no there's no knight there. So it doesn't really make sense to avoid that exchange because you just let black, like for example here, I don't know, I'll just like make a random move. If this happens, I would never play this anymore because, well, it just doesn't make sense. Like black just gets all the space, maybe d5. Okay, so we have our standard position here that we've been anticipating. Black has played a5 and bishop a7. So if you think about white's position, the equivalent for us would be a4 and bishop a2. So instead of those moves, Eric has c3 and rook e1. Now I think these moves are slightly more useful than those moves. So for that reason, I think white has a nice little edge here. But if we play a move like a4, rook e8, and then play a move like bishop a2, c6, it's totally symmetrical. So I don't think we want to just copy our opponent's a5, bishop a7 moves, or I feel like the advantage starts to slip away as it becomes more symmetrical. So d4 definitely comes to mind. Yeah, because it makes use of this c3 move and of the rook on e1. So would not be surprised to see d4. But the only counterpoint is Eric has so far shown that he's definitely interested in building things up, playing a bit more slow. So I wonder if he's going to continue that mentality going forward, that theme. If he does want to build things up, then I wouldn't be surprised by this. It's not a full retreat like that, and we don't have to follow up with a4. So we could bring the bishop back and then maybe play d4. I do not think we want to go here. That's one thing I'm sure about. Bishop e3 takes. I've already looked at a few of those lines with pawn takes and rook takes, and I don't like either of them. So if I'm going to use one of these moves, a4 or retreat my bishop, I'd rather retreat the bishop, I think, to get out of black playing the move d5. And I still think we can save time by not playing this a4 move. I don't think we need it. So d4, totally fine, but I actually think Eric's maybe going to lean towards bishop b3. Gets the bishop away from d5, and then prepares maybe d4, and the bishop from b3 can go back to c2 to defend e4 if needed. The only question is, after bishop e6, what do we do? Because there's no bishop a4. There's no, like, we'd never want to just give the bishop that diagonal. So it would probably be what I was saying. At this point, we're kind of out of moves, right? I've got my knights where I want them. I've got my rook where I want it. There's never going to be a queen move that's that impressive. The queen always does well supporting d4 here. And I said, bishop takes. I'm not that upset about queen takes back. So I feel like at this point, what? Am I going to play a4 and just copy this move? I feel like I'm handing some of my advantage back. It's not a bad move, but maybe you could take advantage of it the most by just going d4 and kind of avoiding the move a4 altogether. So Eric's thinking here. I think he's considering these two moves. But for sure, these are the only three moves on his mind because I don't see any reason to move the queen. Knight f5, as I said, looks a little bit rushed. And bishop e3, I feel like is just not a good move. Fred, it's called the Taimanov Bible. Nils recommends to only play a4 after black has made a move with the b pawn. I'm not sure what that means exactly. So I don't think black will ever. So is that your way of saying never play a4 in these positions? Loud and clear. Thoughts on h4? Terrible. Don't play it. You absolutely never want to give up control of that square. What I think of f4 down the road, you know, depends if it's a long winding road or a very short road. It would have to be a very, very long highway, if you will. Worried about the light squared bishop getting trapped. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, you can kind of envision maybe your bishop running out of squares, but you have some time because these are not threats just yet. But a4 does look bothersome, right? Now that the knight is over here safely, the move a4, you can easily start to, like, I'll make another random move. Let's say a4 can start to feel very, very good, right? Because now there's no taking. And my previous move that always handled the move a4 does not look good anymore. I was thinking just bishop d7 because you can't take this pawn due to this trick. And if you take, feels like black's getting everything here. I actually think black's almost better. So yeah, that's why I've been saying I feel like Eric either goes straight away with d4 or he builds it up and plays a bit slower with bishop b3 here. Those would be my two, I don't know, like two different ways to play the position. But so far, what we've seen from Eric has been a slower approach. So that's why I'm leaning towards this move. Nice. Nice. Big fan of the slow approach that Eric has taken to this game so far. I liked knight f1 g3. I liked bishop b3. And I feel like white's edge right now comes from the fact that, first of all, he made the first move of the game. So you always have that, you know, you're kind of acting first. But black has played a5 and brought the bishop back, and white has just brought the bishop back. We haven't spent time on a4. So not only does it feel like we have that extra move, we've made c3 instead of a5, but we also have rook e1 in. So it feels like we have these two moves in exchange for that, which is really nice. So again, if bishop here, I do not like taking. I already mentioned in this position, I do not feel like I even have another move to make. I've made every move I need. I'd never want to play bishop e3 with this trade with the pawn on c3. I might consider that more with the pawn on c2. The knights are where they want to be. The queen's supporting this and supporting d4. a4 is just, it's not a bad move, but it just looks unnecessary. And what else can I do, right? It's time for d4. So if bishop e6, I would not be surprised to see Eric play d4. That's on bishop e6. Black can also play rook e8. Again, d4 is coming to mind. Looks like it's pretty much time. You know, just try to think to yourself, what moves can white play that are very useful other than d4? It just feels like we've maximized. We've done everything. If I keep avoiding d4, what's going to happen is I'm going to end up making moves like queen e2, bishop d2, queen c2, a3, a4, and all of those look really, really slow, look like black will be able to catch up in development. So at some point, you do have to make use of the fact that you have these extra moves and claim your space in the center with d4. Especially because rook e8 might indicate that black wants to play d5, guarding the e-pawn. So obviously what I'm saying here is, I would be surprised if Eric's next move was not d4. If black plays like some move to really, really prevent d4, at this point, I would probably play a4, and the light squares it just looks insanely good for white. So yeah, expect d4 from Eric next, almost no matter what gets played here. Hello to the endgame magician. What do you think of Eric's game so far, Eddie? We got obviously e4 from the chief. He's 4 out of 4. He's got the white pieces. Went for an Italian here and just played it very, very safe with h3, with c3, and these, the classic maneuver of knight to g3, and then just bishop b3, getting out of the center, stopping a4. Feels like Eric's done everything correct. And obviously if black plays b5 to maybe threaten a4, Eric will whip out the move a4 immediately. Hello, AB Shakespeare. Is Caro-Kann popular at the GM level? I actually want to say no. It's kind of it's one of those weird openings where it's hyper popular at like the 1800 to 2200 level. And then obviously like the very, very top guys can play anything, but no, I would say most GMs are not Caro-Kann players against e4. It's just not like, it doesn't yield great winning chances for black, and there's a lot of risk to it in some lines as well, depending which line you're going for. The Caro-Kann just, honestly, at the top level, gets blasted by the advance. So, no, actually. It's really not that popular at GM level. It's just like, why the hell would I play the Caro-Kann when I could play a much more solid approach with e5, or a much more double-edged approach with c5? It's just very hard to justify the Caro-Kann instead of those two moves. "35 months" from AB Shakespeare. You can see the 3-year mark dating back to COVID. We have the Olympics on right now. I feel like there were some people that pretty much found the channel right around Olympic time. Good to see you for so long, AB Shakespeare. Hey, what's up, Daryl? Oh yeah, is that the quarterfinal match or the semifinal? I have to say, like, the Olympics comes around and they play basketball in it. I'm like, boys, like, I couldn't care less. Like, I watched basketball all season. Put it down for a sec. Like, let me watch the track and field. Let me watch the swimming, the events that like are so cool that I have never once seen outside of an Olympic cycle. And on top of that, they don't just have They don't just have basketball. Do you guys know that they have 3v3 basketball? It's like number one, I don't care about basketball in the Olympics. Number two, I definitely do not give a shit about 3-on-3 basketball. You got to be joking me. Like, you could put anything in the Olympics except that garbage. But you know, I've been watching the Olympics. Does anyone have a candidate for the stupidest or least interesting sport that you have watched? Does anyone have any candidates based on what they've seen so far? Because I have a strong candidate and I'm ready to share it with you. Speed walking. People are ready for breakdancing to be lame. I feel like breakdancing could be kind of cool. I don't mind that. Your body has to be like crazy. I at least want to see it. I want to see it. Gotta have like crazy, crazy fitness for that. Different type of strength. Skateboarding. I feel like skateboarding is cool, man. Can't knock skateboarding. At the end of the day, like to have like 12-year-olds as Olympic champions in skateboarding, plus the amount of like younger people that are gonna watch the Olympics just for that, I feel like that's really cool. I have no issue with skateboarding. Yeah, they have the dressage stuff, like the equestrian, like dance, like horse dancing, basically. Underwater hockey. Yeah, okay. There's quite a few people going for speed walking. Okay, so I noticed that absolutely nobody said the one I was thinking. And I know why. I know why that you guys haven't said it. It's because you didn't know it was in the Olympics. I promise you this. I was just I was scrolling around and it said it was live, and so I clicked it because I'm like, show me what this shit is. Show me, because I've never heard of this in my life. No, it's not pistols. I'm telling you, nobody has mentioned it. So it's called canoe slalom. Hands down, the dumbest shit I have ever tuned into. Canoe slalom. Absolutely, like literally looks like infants. I watched the finals. I watched the finals of canoe slalom, and I guarantee you, I could hop in there. So canoe slalom is you're pretty much in a kayak looking thing, and you're like kind of whitewater rafting vibes. There's like waves, currents, whatever, and you're going down, and it's like skiing slalom where there's flags you have to ski around and you're going downhill. So it's like that, but in the water. But you all go at the same time. Imagine skiing slalom where like you're all skiing right beside each other. Full contact, like the kayak things are like bumping into each other, and you've got people that like are trying to spin around these little like obstacles. Oh my goodness. I watched the finals and it was a joke. Like you got like people bumping into each other. It was downright embarrassing. Downright embarrassing. Remove it from the Olympics right away. It did not look skillful at all. It looked difficult, but it didn't look skillful. So canoe slalom, I'm telling you, absolute lamest event. You gotta like view canoe slalom just to like understand. You would have no idea that it's even in the Olympics. Neither would I. It was like complete fluke that I clicked on it. It really did look like a mosh pit. Okay, Eric played bishop b3. Buddy played bishop d7. I can only assume a4 is on his mind. He then goes rook e8, which I have to admit is a little bit odd. a4 looked perfectly fine here. Why didn't he do it, I wonder? Right, because if you take, there's this. And then black could play b5 or rook e8 now. This looks okay. But strangely, black plays bishop d7 and then plays rook e8. Yeah, Eric plays d4 because, again, there's no other moves to improve white's position. You have to go d4. Rook e8 happens, and I'm like, okay, why didn't he play a4? I thought a4 was kind of part of it. Now, rook e8, you could say maybe if you go bishop e3 that you're kind of worried about this because pawn takes, knight takes e4. There's a few things, though. First of all, takes on e4, takes on e4, queen c2, at least comes to mind because I'm like, okay, if the rook moves, queen takes g6, obviously. I guess black has bishop f5, g4, rook takes, bishop f5. Bishop f5. I'm trying to think what we would do after that. Just like a weird... It's like the rook can't really move anywhere, but g4 gives it. Maybe knight d2? Rook takes e3, queen takes f5. There could be something there because I'm hitting these at the end. I don't know. Basically, that pawn does not look like it should be able to be taken. So I'd be surprised, to be honest, if it was. Pawn takes on e4, and I don't know. Does not look dangerous. So Eric plays bishop e3. He seems to be playing this position really comfortably so far. Definitely a good sign. Yeah, rook e8, Eric goes bishop e3. Notice how, again, the order of the moves is very predetermined for white. You don't really play bishop e3 and then d4. You play d4 and bishop e3. So, yeah, every move that Eric has made it's just made so much sense. Now bishop e3 that we play d4. And we'll see what black does. Taking is fully possible. And by the way, this is not the only recapture. Knight takes does drop that pawn maybe, but I was saying like bishop takes d4 can be played just to support the e-pawn, and that would not be a crazy move. So the nice thing for Eric is when you play this move, you don't have to full commit to maybe knight takes e4 and those variations. You have bishop takes as well, but black cannot take here without fully calculating pawn takes. Does that make sense? So it's more work for black than for white. Is bishop c6 a thing? Yeah, definitely. You know, at some point, bishop c6, I am going to play d5, but I can see how playing d5 is actually what black wants, right? We block the bishop, and it's usually pretty bad to play that, to be honest. So I don't think he's going to do that. So I like bishop c6 for that reason. We just... we try to encourage this bad d5 move. Sam the Bold. Indeed, go Hansen. Go, buddy. Looking good so far. Bishop c6, what would I do then? Maybe bishop c2? You know, if you're going to attack that pawn, I'll just defend it. But then, after pawn takes, we definitely have to take with the bishop, because any of this, like, we're hanging the e-pawn stuff with tactics with the bishop doesn't exist anymore because now the bishop's on e4. So if bishop c6, I guess bishop c2. If a4, also bishop c2, obviously, as I mentioned, we're never taking on a4 because the rook is there. But bishop c2 is no problem. Then we're defending e4, so we're kind of happy with that. Good stuff so far. Hello to Bobby Blocks. Hello, Jan Urchas. Hello, Brian. Quick little breakfast break here. After bishop e3, white can also improve the rest of the pieces as well. Like queen d3 wouldn't be crazy. Rook d1. Bishop c2 next. But it depends what black does. You don't have a ton of moves here. As black, you kind of have to like take. This bishop c6 move doesn't look that bad, actually. I feel like I'm anticipating a4. I don't know. a4 seems to be set up by black. I'm surprised it's not happening. It is a very instructive and very slow Italian. Indeed. Yeah, bishop c6, bishop a4. First of all, b5 is always there, so that immediately makes me dislike that option. I feel like Eric has shown a pretty nice, very slow approach to this Italian so far, and I've been enjoying it. I feel like I've been learning a thing or two about e4 just watching this game. What move would I play here as black? Let's think about that. What would you guys play as black? I feel like I would leave. I would never want to play pawn takes d4, but I don't know if that's correct. And I would lean towards moves like a4, b5. Like I would play this, maybe bishop up, maybe c6 or even c5 there. But I feel like I would just kind of like expand over here and just, if you want to take, I'm happy. If you want to push, I'm happy. And just never take there. Queen d3. Yeah, queen d3 is probably okay. I happen to like bishop c2 there, but queen d3. And then after that, though, you would have to take with the bishop. I guess that's part of your plan. Yeah, c5 is a Ruy Lopez move, but I feel like c5 is a really bad move if white can play a4. I don't really like how these pawns are disconnected. Maybe that's not the case, but that's what it feels like to me. So I'd rather play a4 and then these moves. Yeah, I should point out there's absolutely nothing wrong with e takes d4. I think it's actually one of the best moves. I'm just saying for me, my instinct would be white doesn't want to push. I don't think they want to take. So for that reason, I would just expand. But yeah, I really don't think there's a problem with this move. Eric has to decide between which way he's going to capture. But what did I mention on the previous turn? I was saying it's up to black in this position to decide after taking what happens if pawn takes. Eric doesn't need to calculate this fully because he can just play this, which is a fantastic move. But if black wants to justify pawn takes, he has to fully calculate this line. So I feel like you're in a good spot because you're forcing your opponent to do a lot of work here. And I don't even know that you're going to be happy with the calculations. So Eric can sit there and be like, all right, you figure it out. And when his opponent doesn't take him, he's like, okay, well, I guess I can probably consider c takes d4 in the future there. If you're playing black, you're resigning and seeing if you can go to lunch with Eric. Wow. Anyone else? Thank you to Ron, Mexico. And Nilis is fed. Thank you for the bits earlier. King Frankel, 84 months. Eric's played at most 2300 FM, but he played a young, underrated opponent as well. King Frankel. So I would say he has not been cruising in his 4 wins. He had to get a little bit fortunate. He's, plays some people who are probably underrated. So for those reasons, it hasn't been like smooth sailing, but yeah, he's played 2300 FM. I think that was his toughest rating competition so far. Big Cheese, thanks for the 27 months. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Tim. Very frightening. I don't want any part of that. Well, this is a little bit awkward wheel T money, but I thought it was between you and I, that 1 week free trial of a tier 3 that I gave you. Obviously, it's going to cause a bit of a stir in the chat now that you brought that up, but yeah, obviously the eval is on for our tier 3 subscribers. Did he look like a young Amon, Divitox? Confirmed. Confirmed young Amon. I don't think we're going to see this move. I think we're going to see these moves. That's my prediction. What about this? Says that white has an advantage to you guys. For me, it's the engine. Mainly. At least it's a good place to start. I'm shocked we're not seeing an A4 in here. The Don Rod, thank you for the 73 months. Cheers. And hey, someone's bishop c6 came true. When I saw this suggestion in the chat, I was like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, like from a practical perspective. It's clear that d5 is not desirable. Taking doesn't do that much. So if this is now a threat and we play bishop c2, after taking, we must take with the bishop, which is fine. But I'm just saying, it's now it would be forced. So I think we could play queen d3, but bishop c2 looks like the move to just defend e4 here. Yep, I like this move. It's good practical move from black. But the nice thing is, okay, there's a threat. We can maybe play against it. Someone also mentioned bishop a4, and I was like, well, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense because we can just respond b5. So I don't know if like this is a good or bad move. To me, it feels very useful for black. So I don't know why I would do it because now we just have to go back here. So bishop a4 does not make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, I would just go here. The only other move is queen d3 to guard e4. But again, after this, you must take with the bishop, I think, because the e pawn is loose. So yeah, I feel like bishop c2 is a nice and easy move. I don't like bishop a4 because we're just going to end up playing bishop c2 anyway. I mean, like, maybe some engine is like, oh yeah, provoke b5, but to me it makes no sense. Queen d3 does make sense to me to use the queen instead. But again, after taking, it does have to be bishop d4 in all these lines. And maybe even at this point, like, no, b5. Eric goes bishop c2, and very quickly, I might add. Very quickly. Time is about even. They both got about 40 minutes here. Nothing too stressful yet, but when you think that they've only made 15 moves, they've really both spent their time here. It's been a very slow-moving game, so it'll probably explode at some moment due to time pressure and the position finally getting into the thick of the middle game. Closing it with d5 is pretty out of the question for the moment. It won't be crazy later, but as soon as you do that, black's happy to just go back. These bishops trading means this bishop's going to be pretty bad afterwards. Black has the f4 square. So in general, d5 is not a fantastic move by white. Yeah, d5 by black, you have to be so careful because as soon as you do that, you're inviting these lines where I take on e5, hitting the knight. And if you react to e5, at some point I'm going to take this and your rook's going to have to take. And remember, if everything is opening on the E and D files, like if everything is just going to like disappear, and then you have this stupid rook on A7, like my rook's going to be in the center and I'm probably going to be way ahead. So having a rook on A7 is going to be very, very annoying for black in some of these lines in the future. like pawn takes right now is not really special because the rook's happy to take. The position is closed. Only the d file to worry about. But I feel like if d5 and everybody is taking, the whole game opens up, then I'm bothered by the rook on a7 a little bit more. Knight f5 an option. Yeah, knight f5 though, just it leaves the e-pawn a little bit loose. So white's definitely thinking, hoping, planning on knight f5, but it's not something you can really do right away. Because I might be able to just grab the e-pawn there. Plus, another good thing is we've talked about the move d5 before, and maybe after knight f5 it would make a little bit more sense. Yeah, knight f5, you could even take on d4 to expose the e-pawn further. And remember, if the pawn takes on d4 here, Eric is going to take back with the bishop, guaranteed. Pawn takes will actually lose that e-pawn. Yeah, Fed, I don't think d5 is going to be played here. And if d5 by black, as I said, pawn takes, and you have to watch out for this. And if you take this one first, maybe I just take it back. But the point is, like, I could take here and then maybe take here again. And I don't know, those that pawn structure is starting to get really damaged. Not to mention you might just be losing a pawn. Hello, Subum. So black played bishop c6. He would be so happy to see d5, but the way that Eric is playing is very frustrating for his opponent, in my opinion. He's not committing anything. There's still a lot of tension in the center. Black has to calculate this and this every single move. Taking seems to have a very good answer in bishop takes d4. See you, Larissa. Take care. So the winner for skateboarding in the Olympics, gold medal, women's park final, born in 2010. The fuck? Imagine being an Olympic gold medalist at like 13, 14. No, that's she's Australian, Thomas. I was just looking at the medals. It went Australia, Japan, and Great Britain. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Eric previously was ready to take with the pawn, but with this pawn hanging now, I think we're going to see this. And if the bishop takes, again, there's a pretty nice option. Actually, every single recapture is playable here for white, and they all look really good. Pawn takes definitely looks, let's say, the best. But knight takes, trying to bring a knight to f5 looks very good. Queen takes, centralizing the queen looks fantastic. But yeah, it's hard to say no to pawn takes just because it controls e5. So here, black wants to play 95, but maybe knight d7 will happen in order to play 95 like that. But in this spot, now, let's say if knight happens to go to d7, we could be in the territory, A.B. Shakespeare, of your move knight f5. We're in the territory of bishop takes a7. Remember, it's really frustrating for black. You want to take, but the pawn takes. I mean, you don't want to fix the pawns like that. But if you don't take, you have to put up with rook takes a7. So Eric's in I think, just a really easy position here. He's up 10 minutes. And he just hasn't like committed anything, because an easy move for white next is queen d2. Imagine it was white's turn here. Yeah, you can play this. There's other moves, but queen d2, it covers knight f4. It prepares the rook into the center. Queen d2 is just an A+ move. So I feel like Eric has so many basic moves that he can use to improve his position coming up. He won't be starved for what to do. Okay, so instead of knight d7, black just jumps in immediately with knight e5, which means that, at least the first thing that I have to think about is what happens if we, take on e5, take on a7, just because it's the most forcing. But you can see here that it doesn't really do that much, because now black's actually just better. Dark square pawns, light square bishop. This guy's just playing defense, and the rook can swing back to a8 immediately, and there's just no problem at all. So that wouldn't be very convincing. So knight e5, we're probably not looking to take. What we're probably looking to do is move this knight and play f4. We could still go knight f5. Yeah, we could go knight f5 here, but when black plays, like takes on d4 and puts a knight on e5, usually the way you play is this knight goes somewhere and then you play f4. Because again, this is not a dangerous diagonal, not a dangerous pin at all. We have our bishop there, which is the best way to oppose the bishop on a7. So would not be surprised to see Eric play. Honestly, I would not be surprised to see him play one of these moves very quickly. Knight h4 is the move that I would like to play because it looks better than knight h2. Because it heads here. And this knight, I'm going to need to defend e4, especially if I play f4. If I'm not watching my e-pawn, then this whole f4 idea is just ridiculous. Like, I'm just going to lose my center. But I would say that knight h2 feels like a move that I would feel more comfortable playing, because I like that maybe in the future I could go to g4. It looks safer than knight h4. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see either one. But knight h2 feels way safer, less to calculate. But with calculation, I think knight h4 might actually be a better move. So it depends how much time Eric wants to spend calculating this move. Hello to Himothy. Arete 14, yeah, that's true as well. If we get a knight here, maybe take. There's always these ideas like a double attack with queen on d4, also hitting a7. Jaximus Primus 01, thanks for the 16 months with Prime. Who is who is a great question. Well, Eric Hansen with the white pieces is the guy sitting with the white pieces. Good point, Bazmaniac. Yeah, I may have spoke too soon there. Yeah, who is Eric, really? We're covering an over-the-board tournament in Croatia where Mr. Hansen is so far on a perfect score. So I don't think Eric's interested in this. You know, if he doesn't want to like directly remove the knight, trying to think of other just like good moves to play. Queen d2 is not one of them because now you allow this to happen. I could see knight d2. Knight d2 is not crazy, but I have to say it makes more sense. Like knight h2 is a very typical move in these e4 e5 positions because knight g4 is very useful and it steps out of the way for this. And so why would I go here and block my queen? So I think you can convince yourself that knight d2 is just not as good as knight h2. Otherwise, queen e2 just feels wrong, no doubt about it. Just not the move. And yeah, this is exactly what I was saying. Knight h4 might have been the better move there, but knight h2 is the typical move in this structure. It also looks safer than knight h4, and so like I said, I would not be surprised to see Eric play knight h2. And he's played it really quickly, which I like. No need to spend like tons of time in that position justifying knight h4 when it just looks a little bit messy. Play knight h2, the safe move. None of that nonsense. Knight h2 looks really good. Happy to see that on the board. Hello, Skinny. Is your game done there, Mr. Cuz? Quick, eh? Go, Cuz. Yep. Skinny got a nice KO there. Nice to see. A quick win for Cuz. I see they've already updated it. For those that don't know, Mr. Cuz is also participating in the tournament, acting as Eric's bodyguard as well. That's right. Machine, exactly, exactly. Great to see you, Mr. Ariantari. Hello, sir. Go Aryan. Yes, Eric is playing in Croatia right now. And so far we're on a very good score. 4 out of 4. Remember the rules about over the board chess coverage. If Eric secures an important draw from a bad position, we all secured an important draw from a bad position. If Eric wins a beautiful game, we all won a beautiful game. And if Eric happens to lose, that's real unfortunate for Eric. Did that all on his own. The fans have noted Aryan has been more present lately. Okay. Noted, noted. Aryan getting in the good books. How about yourself, Aryan? What's coming up for you? Any big events, sir? Jug handle. Yo, thanks for 103 months, Dan. Thanks very much, Jug handle. You're not at this tournament with him, but Eric's back to the over the board grind. We're still going many years later. Yeah, it makes sense, Basmaniac. Tim has been he's been ascending the ranks here in the chat. You'll notice that Tim has moved up to chat moderator. So it makes perfect sense to me that Tim has aspirations for VP. Tim, I think you underestimate. Tim is a very household name. I would say absolutely a national name. People, I would say, are very familiar with the name Tim. One rated game this year. Well, Jug Handle, that's one more than me. Hey, champ. Here for the OTB. Eric's looking good right now. Got a nice, 10-minute time edge. Nothing substantial, but just comfortable. Position looks easy as well. Yeah, knight h2 has been on the board from Eric. f4 is clearly the intention. Just putting the question to black. Look, he played knight e5 because he wants to trade pieces. He wants white to take. Black is cramped. He doesn't want to take here because it fixes the pawns. And he would love to trade off some pieces while he can. Eric is refusing that trade and preparing f4. It's just beautiful chess so far. It's such a... I would say in general, it's a very difficult thing to do. To see your opponent, play a move that puts a piece on a square where it's, immediately battling one of your pieces for control of that square, and you just kind of move away. That's very difficult to do. You kind of concede in the short term temporarily, but then eventually you plan to return. And in doing that, you avoid the trade and you force black to have all their pieces coexisting with not that much real estate to share between them. So it's definitely a very advanced type of move. Because, someone plays this, while you may understand that you shouldn't take that knight, you might. I would say most players would just take it because everyone reacts to a potential trade by just trading. But even if you didn't take it, you'd probably just leave the knight there and let the trade happen to you. Or you'd trade this because you want to make sure that you can take back with your queen. So one of the more difficult moves to make, knight h2. Not really John Luck. I might play one here and there, but yeah, not in a serious capacity. Yeah, pawn that pawns. We talked about that. Maybe you just joined. But yeah, we talked about why knight h2 and not knight d2. Knight h2 is useful for knight g4. It's also completely out of the way so that white can maybe use d2 for the queen and also doesn't block the queen for maybe the d4 square if needed to recapture. Knight d2 would not be a poor move, but I think knight h2 is just a little bit better. Okay, the knight goes back. Clearly, black is almost never going to take now because the knight wants to use this c5 square, you can tell, which means bishop takes is never going to be played. So with the knight going over here, f4 is going to be a good move, but it's not a mandatory move. So I wonder if Eric's going to play it, because now you're not really kicking a knight out anymore. Queen d2 comes to mind as like a great, okay, let me just develop. But after queen d2, knight c5, how do you defend that? You have to play f3. So, I mean, I don't know. f3 doesn't look that good. Knight e6, for example. So because of that variation, I'm like, I don't know. Queen d2 might actually be just a little bit slow here. Because knight c5, it's like, I guess I have to defend with f3. And then knight here, I don't want to lose my bishop, so I got to take. Now, I think white is better here. No doubt about it. Knight g4, knight f5, queen here, rook here. But I wonder if that's like, is that the best continuation? So let's say he plays the move that we're all thinking. That means here we're most likely playing queen f3 because, I mean, e5 is playable, but it seems a little bit rushed. Queen f3 is the only way to save the pawn. Knight e6 here. Yeah, I guess white is completely fine with this. Knight e6, we would like take queen f2, get out of this pin, and then maybe bring the rook. Yeah, bring the rook and play e5, something like that. So yeah, f4 still makes a lot of sense here. But yeah, kind of an important moment. I understand why Eric might spend a bit more time here. Because, yeah, if you play slower with queen d2 and f3, which is completely fine, I don't know if you have as much of an advantage as if you just go for f4. But f4 is much more loose. Does mean your e-pawn is a target for the rest of the game. Are we threatening d5? Interesting. So like, because e5, we could play knight e4. I mean, something still feels wrong about this. It's like, I guess with queen d2, can we just take? There's queen f4 though. Okay, I guess 95. Yeah, maybe d5 can be played here. After f4, is d5 still possible? No. At the very least, I can do this. Yeah, this is just bad. So, okay, f4 does prevent d5s. Maybe that'll be a reason to play f4 instead of queen d2. But I'm not sure if it really needs to be prevented. But sometimes you prevent things in chess, not because they're actual threats, but because you're like, well, if I want to play both moves and both moves look fine, let me make the move that just prevents more stuff so I don't have to worry about it. And who knows if that was the rationale here, but it makes a lot of sense anyway. f4 looks like a great move. Not surprised to see Eric played it, but maybe that factored in. He didn't want to deal with d5. He's like, okay, here we go. So f4, great move. I can't see black doing anything except knight c5 here. It attacks the pawn as well. While e5 might be playable, it gets very loose, and I feel like the natural way to build up the position would be queen f3. And then if knight e6, we could trade and go back queen f2. So would not be surprised to see queen f3 from Eric here. But e5 needs some consideration. So I think with 33 minutes, I have queen f3 in my back pocket, as I know for a fact that this move is good. But I'd spend some time here and look at e5. I mean, it is forcing. Right? The knight can go to d5. And then maybe e5, knight d5. I'm almost like queen g4, knight f5. Is the game just over or something? Queen g4 also threatens some nice mates like that. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Eric take a considerable amount of time here, because queen f3 looks great. But e5 with queen g4 and knight h5, knight f5, especially with this bishop opened up and this bishop aimed here, things are looking very, very, very good. But e5 is the type of move that if it's not good by calculation, then you're kind of jumping the gun. You're playing a move that might not be helpful in the long run. So queen f3 you have no matter what, but e5 is just looking more and more tempting the more I'm like thinking about it. Takes, where does this knight go? Knight here. Now knight e6, knight f8, like you can try to blockade things, but it just feels like the pieces are all showing up. Okay, here e5 drops because there's some nasty stuff here. And knight f3 allows this. So knight g4, trying to actually wonder if there are any threats here. Not really. Maybe the threat is just like king h1, knight h5, build it up slowly. Knight e6 we probably take. And like knight f5. Queen d3, knight f8. Yeah, kind of holds things together, honestly. But knight f5, I don't know. I mean, like white's just on the full offensive here. Position looks amazing. So e5 looking very, very tempting. The other way I guess you could play is knight d5 instead of knight d7. Feels like white can proceed in a similar fashion with like knight g5. But I don't know. This is just such a controlled move. Queen f3. I'm not going to lie. Here's the thing. e5 might be the better move, but like I would play queen f3. It just, I know it's good. Like I've seen these types of positions before, and it is the safe move. So myself, I know that I would play like queen f3 and just build it up in a way that you know is good. But I can't sit here and say that e5 is not a good move. It's just, it gets more loose, and I worry that if I don't continue to play the right move, every single move from here on out, that, you know, my e-pawn will drop because there is this pin. Or my e-pawn is just an isolated pawn, and if the queens get traded, I'll be worse. But, you know, that's me acknowledging a potential weakness in my own game, is sometimes I don't capitalize on the moments that you should. Like e5 looks so good here. Just both knights jump in, everything looks disastrous. Sometimes I don't capitalize on those moments because I'm trying to build it up too much. Chess is definitely a game that usually when someone makes like a small error, you have to kind of seize your opportunity to make a good move. Because on the next turn, your opponent's going to make a move that prevents it. So it's not going to sit there forever. And maybe if you play queen f3, you might not have another chance for e5, right? Now it's pinned. It'll be a long time before I get to play those types of moves again. So I feel like I'm in a spot where I know I would play queen f3, but Eric might take his time, as I predicted, and play e5. I think Eric is a little better at recognizing those moments. Why don't I want e5? It just, I know here that I have a pawn that's a weakness now. I can see situations like this where I might lose it due to the pin, and I can see the knight coming to e6, and I'm like, wow, if I don't, I can't see all the way to the end of the attack. So it's just one of those instinct that you just have to understand, like, okay, things are defended well enough for now. Knight g4 will hold it together, and we'll be able to go from there. For me, I'm like, well, I'd rather just play queen f3, and I know that I can build things up slowly, rook d1, king h1, so that when I play this, it's like absolutely timed correctly. Timed correctly for me. But the nice thing about e5 now is it's not that it's timed perfectly for white, is that it's timed terribly for black. Black's not ready to deal with it. And so sometimes I think I play my position too much so that it's like everything's ready when I'm ready for it. But a lot of chess is doing things before your opponent is ready to deal with it. So I hope we see e5 from Eric. I think, as I said, he's a little, I mean, what did I say? As soon as knight c5 was played, I was like, we got queen f3 in our back pocket. Eric knows this move is simple, basic, it's good enough. So he's got a plan B. He was up 10 minutes. Spend about 10 minutes, maybe 10, 15. Figure out if e5 is to your liking. And then if not, after you spent that time, just play queen f3. Interesting. Not a move that I'd considered, but a move that is completely in line with e5 energy. So I think this move is the same as e5 in concept. It's definitely not a build it up. Knight g4 is a go for it now move. Well, I think we can all look at this and understand why white's very happy here. So, well, let's look at why I completely overlooked knight g4. I mean, honestly, I overlooked it because I was just so focused on the e-pawn. I'm like, well, wait a minute, aren't we just losing this pawn? Right? We're defending it 3 times. It's being attacked 4. So Eric is connecting this with knight h6, right? 100%. All I was thinking was like, we got to defend the pawn. So I was just looking at these 2 moves. Knight g4. So if takes, it doesn't really matter what you take with, I think, because I can force this knight to appear there. If bishop takes, I'm wondering if there's even going to be some... Yeah, bishop takes is just ridiculous. You lose the game. So, okay, at some point, the knight's going to have to show up. And this is what I mean. Eric is planning this, and if takes, queen g4 check. This will absolutely get killed by some check on g7. So this looks very, very good. And after knight h6, king h8 is crazy, so it'll have to be king f8. After king f8, queen g4 now is no good because black can trade the bishop. And there is no sacrifice with takes on g7. So what happens here? Okay, knight e6 played. Knight e6 makes sense, I suppose. Nobody's interested in having knight takes h6 show up on the board. So knight g4, knight e6. Interesting. Well, what have I mentioned is my reaction to knight e6. I think at any time I've had this on the board, it's been bishop a7. Oh, our camera. Where did we freeze? We saw knight g4, but not... well, I'll start by maybe refreshing. JB's, thanks for the 65 months. Sometimes a little refresh helps you. That's all she takes. But knight e6. Look, I've been saying bishop a7 every time we've been in this spot. Force that rook to end up there. That doesn't look good for black. And we still have this. Now the F pawn is hit, so again, I'm like looking at this. We could also take and go knight h5. It's kind of interesting. But it feels like we will end up with queen f3. But yeah, I was thinking of this. Problem is queen h4 is such a good reaction. Yeah, the thing is, if I play bishop takes f6, you'll notice I can't. And if I play knight f6, based on my understanding here, I can play the very pretty queen takes f6. Yeah, it's actually not that good for white. This would just transpose, basically. So, yeah, knight e6. I mean, there's no like retreating the bishop or anything. There's no queen d2 move, because why would I want to give up the bishop for the knight? So, yeah, I feel like you have to play bishop takes a7 here. Okay. I think we have our cam back. Let me hit one more refresh for us here. There we go. Got some quality. Got some quality. Thank you, Skinny. Nice to have a guy on the ground. Yeah, J Beast, don't forget that Black's 96 move is actually hitting your F pawn. So what I'm saying here is, unfortunately, I don't see anything working on the F6 square. So I would probably default to this, but then my pawn is hit. Now, I don't love queen d2, even though it's maybe okay, because knight takes g4 and maybe queen h4. It's not really what I signed up for. So I would stick to my queen f3 move from earlier, because it also guards the knight. And yeah, I suppose rook f1 could make sense, but I'm not going to lie, rook f1 looks so strange to me. Moving away from the e-pawn that absolutely needs my support. So I would definitely go for queen f3 to guard that pawn. But if we're trying to think a little bit more like the way that Eric is probably thinking, or the way he's playing at least, I don't think he'll give up knight for bishop. Bishop for knight, rather. So I think he'll take. But here, maybe there's a different move other than, because queen f3 again looks like a very, very good option. But other than that, what could Eric be pondering here? Yeah, f5, I'm not a big fan of that move, Tim, just in general. Like it blocks my bishop, but if I'm going to put my pawns anyway, it's probably e5, not f5. I want the f5 square for my knight. And speaking of wanting the f5 square for my knight, is this crazy? Knight takes f4. And because maybe knight f4, could you go like queen d2? I guess, because yeah, what I'm thinking is, oh, if the knight moves, you know, if we get to take and go here and like e5 and rook e3, I could see this attack working out. But knight here, queen d2, I guess black can start with knight takes g4. So maybe that's not the best. Maybe that's not the best move. What if we did this and then went queen d2? It's knight h5 and then queen g5. Yeah. But what I'm saying is knight f5, just keeping the energy high with the moves for white is pretty reasonable. But you really have to see what's coming after knight takes f4. Because I don't know that I do. Okay, so knight e6 is on the board. Obviously, this is our current position. Eric is thinking. Time is roughly even, but I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't say Eric really missed this move, but after knight g4, he was probably spending a lot of his time calculating what if my opponent wins a pawn there, other variations, and maybe after this, his best might be just to go back into like a queen f3 variation. Which I don't see any problem with. I would be very, very happy doing that. Bishop takes a7 and queen f3. Slow king h2. I feel like if I'm going to move my king, maybe I would go here just because I'm a little nervous on the h2 square in the future. But I think it might be a little slow for right now. With this pawn hanging, I feel like queen f3 has to be played. But rook f1 is definitely not an insane move to defend the pawn and leave the queen here, but I just don't get how I could ever leave my e-pawn so loose like that. So that's why I would play queen f3. It doesn't make me happy to be in this pin, but I'm hoping it's more of a temporary thing. And the other nice thing about queen here is that at any point I can get out of this pin in one move with queen f2. And so I could see a lot of situations where I'm like dropping queen f2 and then playing e5 in one go. Just to, hit that rook there. You don't know what rook a7 is? Rook a7 is a shocking move to me. But black decided it was smarter to take the piece back than leave it there. But I was taken aback by that move as well. Yes, rook takes a7. Of course, of course. Hello to Mr. Gory. Wait a minute. TwitchCon 2024 San Diego? Did Gory get a sailboat icon? Did they make that just for him? Go Gory's sailboat. That's very funny. That's right. Boatless cuck finally has something. All right, Chief, what's it going to be? The thing is, rook f1, knight c5 requires some calculation because then your pawn is like hanging by 4 pieces. So at that point, for a fact you have to, like, for example, we're not ruling out this move, but it feels like after this, Eric would have to have the next idea drawn up. Like, I don't know if it's e5 or like you'd have to trade the knight so it's not hitting it and then defend. So that's why I think queen f3 makes more sense to me, but I can appreciate it doesn't look good to go like that. So let's say the rook goes back. So now we don't have any queen f2. It is an important question what happens next. I would go knight f5 though. Or maybe even rook e2, rook e1 just to guard that, like overprotect it so you can move your pieces later. Queen d2, I'm not a fan of allowing that, which is why I'm staying away from it. But queen f3 looks right to me. Hey, Eric played knight f5. We talked about this move. I was saying if there's one move that really is Eric Hansen energy based on the way he played, I was like, he might be knight f5. He went for it. This is going to be a very combative next series of moves here because he's fully hanging the f pawn, but I can see a lot of good coming out of that. We already looked at a few lines that can work out with, like, obviously there's sacrifices on h6. Black taking on g4 does not look good. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this knight f5 move. Feels like it's timed really well because black can't go back to c5. You're just, at that point, I think you're too slow to make a meaningful threat there. And gotta watch out for that rook in a lot of lines. Okay, takes. I guess we're getting queen f6 here. I can't imagine he wants to put up with that threat on g7 for too long. Although, yeah, he does play queen f6, but Eric is coasting here. Now the pawn, by the way, I've noticed a few times that, earlier in this game, Eric was like pseudo hanging the e-pawn, like, here. I've just noticed, like, time and time again that the opponent has, knight g4 is hanging this pawn. I know there were always justifications for it, but every time Eric has, like, kind of left something loose, I noticed that the opponent hasn't gone for it, has always opted for the kind of safer approach or said, okay, like, yeah, I don't want any part of that dangerous stuff. Which means that things have worked out great for Eric because he's not gotten away with, but he's benefited from his opponent playing very safe, solid moves against his challenging replies. So if e5, I mean, it would be the first move that I would at least consider because you have to like the idea of hitting the queen and maybe getting knight h6. But the reason that you're absolutely not going to play it is the move queen g5. So this would be very bad for white to allow. I definitely do not want that. Yeah, interesting. Because of what I just said, I was like, I mean, is it insane to play h4? And now, kind of like a Me Too movement. Aryan suggested h4, and I do feel more comfortable speaking up. Yeah, what about h4, guys? What do you think? Prevents queen g5, and then e5 happens, and queen g5 is impossible. Maybe with knight h6 as a threat. Maybe black has time for h5. I was thinking the same thing. Which is why I was nervous about bringing up my h4 opinion. Yes, this was the wrong idea. I retract my statement. I'm never coming forward again. Eric went e5. Okay, well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm a little bit surprised by this move, as opposed to, like, I don't know, it felt like Eric had everything in control. You could maybe even double rooks, bring the rook up. But I'll tell you one thing. He's not planning to take like that. So after this, for sure, this is the intention. And then maybe double the rooks like that. Like, obviously, we're still doing quite well here, but it has to be rook take. There's no way he's going to take with a pawn. Okay, takes. Yeah, pawn takes queen g5 is... It's just, like, too easy, too good for black. So gotta be rook takes. This is all on the board, by the way. g7 is so well defended. h6 is well defended. Eric takes with the rook. Here we go. Very, very nice. Like at this point, I'm not gonna lie, I could even see some end games be very comfortable. Black will have to waste time by playing rook a7 a8 at some point, and that's not going to be very easy to deal with. So, for example, rook e1 and maybe knight d4 could be an option. And there's lots of situations where black is facing back rank issues. Is this winning if the queens were off the board? I definitely wouldn't say that, but it looks comfortable for white. You just have a lot of pressure with this rook. Really, really, really well-placed rook. So yeah, I could see white building up the pressure with rook e1, maybe bishop b3, knight d4. I think it's less about checkmating the king. It's like you just have these threats to tie black's pieces down, but you're not really like going for mate here, if that makes sense. And check the time. Eric's got 15 minutes, Bona has about 22, but it's a very simple position. It's not like, I wouldn't say Eric's in a hyper complicated position where every move is make or break and maybe difficult to find. So that's a good thing. Yeah, Eric's advantage might not be like as big as it could have been with maybe an attack, but the one thing is he's throughout this game pretty much gone for positions that he's always been a little bit better in and that he would have very comfortable ways to continue. The nice thing for white is you love your position, but you would love your position even if the rook was there. And black, you know, will have to waste time playing rook a7 to a8. It's just, there's no way you can operate. Yeah, there you go. Guys, I am not surprised. I am not surprised. Rook a7 a8, we knew it was like a guaranteed time waste. And the engine actually loves something here. I would play like rook e1 immediately, but the engine is peaking right now. Like this is the largest engine eval of the game. Yeah, does anyone else sniff out the win? All right, we're sending our best soldiers to find the winning line. Dr. Lord Mayonnaise, we'll start with you. Aryan is on deck. You're outsourcing DLM? Yeah, it's actually not a crazy idea. Knight takes h6, rook h5, but unfortunately, bishop h7 just doesn't do enough. Indeed, Tim, no one should get the answer. The chief couldn't find it either. And so we can reveal that in this position, the rather odd looking knight g3, I mean, not odd when you think like it makes sense, oh, I want to go here, but it's odd because it drops this pawn. But after rook takes e6, you're removing the defender of the queen, and then when black takes the queen, you throw in this crafty rook takes rook check, and then take it back. So it justifies knight g3 because you can't take the pawn with the queen. Yes, you can take it with the knight, but this is a lot different. There might be like rook takes rook f1, there might be rook f5. Like this is not how black wanted to take that pawn. He wanted to play queen takes pawn. Eric played the move that I think we all would have played. Rook a to e1. A great move. Definitely no problem with that. But knight g3, I think, was the engine preference. So continuing here for white, I mean, this move comes to mind. This move comes to mind. Knight g3 now might just drop the pawn with the knight. And now with the rook on e8, I don't think there's any tricks. So knight g3 I don't think is working anymore. I do like bishop b3. I like that move a lot. I mean, yeah, so many reasons why bishop b3 is good, but let's imagine black to move here wants to move the knight, right? So you move the knight because you just want some mass trades, and you see knight h6 is covered, you see g7 is covered, so you think no problem at all. At this point, knight e7 check, king e8, and you're desperate to trade, but once again, this reminds me of knight h2 from Eric earlier. Maybe you could do this and just deny the trade. If knight e6, you could play knight takes c6. I literally don't really know how to continue, but king h2, queen g3, maybe queen e3. I don't know. Even queen f5, I feel like I wouldn't even mind a queen trade that much here. I'm about to get a good endgame with knight takes bishop. But Eric played this. It's up to black now. He just played rook a8. He probably doesn't want to play b6 because that bishop loose does not feel good. For example, knight e7 in the future. Rook here makes sense, but it also hangs that pawn. So honestly, I can see a4 being played. a4, I can see king h8 being played. King f8 I actually like more than king h8 in terms of it guards the rook. It does get off the g file, but king h8 does the same thing. The reason I like king f8 is, because it guards the rook closer to the center. But king h8 is a bit more safe. What's up, Quick W? Hopefully we can get one of those for the chief here. Time is evening up, roughly 15 minutes apiece here. Knight c5 from black. Knight c5, knight e7 check. Just looks like it'll only be trouble. Maybe I'm not winning anything there, but it looks so close. I wouldn't want anything to do with that position. Yeah, knight e7, if the knight moves, looks like a strong move almost no matter where the knight goes. So I guess knight c5, I would maybe do the same. Yep, Eric is the strongest GM in this tournament. Trolladero, thank you for the 40 months. Yep, repping the flower shirt. Great Sisyphus energy. Skinny Cuz, present in Croatia as well. Hey, a4. This was the move I anticipated. Just because it looks like black wants to bring the rook to the center. However, maybe you could have done it, but I don't see why you would leave the a pawn hanging. So a4 not only takes care of that, but if you anticipate what Eric might have been planning, bishop b3 was such an obvious next move. So for that reason, I'm out. For that reason, I think a4 makes a ton of sense. Now, back to what I was saying before, queen g3, king h2. This feels like a very useful move, getting off the tracking diagonal. I like queen here because it guards both of my rooks a bit better. So I don't know. Those moves are on my mind. But truthfully, yeah, the advantage is not significant anymore. Hello, ABD. Time is much more similar at the moment. Eric was up a little bit before, now he's down a little bit, but position doesn't look that scary. I can still see a few endgames with light squared bishops that could work for Eric. Yeah, that might make a lot of sense, actually. DT code, bishop b3 now instead of rook e1. The only issue is black is probably very close to being able to move their knight just like some random square. Like even h5 and knight takes f4. I don't know. So if I'm white here, like it's tough to play a move. You kind of want to play bishop d3 to c4, but I think that's a little bit slow. Yeah, I don't know how to make progress here. I would definitely do this. This is a very useful move to me. For some reason, queen g3 is on my mind. I'm not even really sure why, but I like supporting all these pieces. However, nothing makes me happier than just going here. But then after rook d8, I need another move. I still look at this. Like, bishop e4. Maybe you have to play it at some point, but man, I'm a little unhappy to play this and just trade for it. Yeah, also, Tommy, of course, you never want to play king h2 g3 because you're just getting killed in the second rank here. Casino Duck, thanks for the 5 months. So I don't mind king h2. I keep ending up drawn to this. I want to find a way to play knight d4 safely, but I haven't been able to do that. And to be honest, I do want this bishop here on c4, but I'm not sure if Eric is going to manage that. Because the other thing that you could think of is like, you know, what about a3, bishop b1, bishop a2? It's just so slow. It's so slow. You don't get king h2. It's tough to explain. I don't think there's like a breakthrough move for white, so I'm just trying to make small moves that will improve the position. This looks like one of them to me. I would rather be off this diagonal for so many reasons. You just never know how the variations are going to go. Like if we want to play bishop e4, takes, there's a queen b6 move that will be looming at some point in this game. So this is just a move I know will be useful. And if the pawn ever gets attacked, okay, I can also go rook g1 now instead of just rook e2. But king h2 is it's just one of those moves that at some point this will be needed, because this diagonal can't just avoid it forever. Like at some point black's queen is going to threaten to go there, so may as well have my king out of the way to begin with. Yeah, so rook e3 we have to look at. I think maybe the most natural looking move in this position. Let's say black moves this king. I don't know if he will, but king f8 looks quite fair to me as a response. The reason I don't mind rook e3 here is because knight g3 does not work like it does before because of knight takes f4. Queen takes f4 still loses to rook takes e6, but knight takes f4, the rook is defended, and rook f5 drops the rook here. So if you imagine the rook on e3, suddenly knight g3 and knight h5 it really is a move. Because knight f4, we can go rook f5, I think. Why not rook e2? Well, rook e3 also has rook g3 as an idea, so it just feels more multi-purpose. And I wouldn't really want the rook on e2. Like, I don't know, if the rook takes, then it's also threatening other stuff. So it does feel nice to put pieces on dark squares here, which is why I was liking this. I was liking this. Like, pieces on dark squares is the way to go, just because black has this light squared bishop. Let's see here. Eric goes rook e2. Okay, not the rook e3 that I was maybe, I don't know about hoping for, but expecting. I don't like it as much as rook e3, but I think the idea is the same. I think this move indicates that Eric could be thinking about knight g2. Is it possible? I'm actually not sure. Because the rook on e2 makes me a little... Actually, no, knight g3 can't be played. Because the rook on e2 gets hit by knight f4. So I think this is just a move like, if black wants to play this, d2 is covered, d3 is covered, d4 is covered, d1 is covered. You know, nothing bad can happen, basically. He does play king f8. Honestly, it's a pretty good move. I would still be thinking about these, but mainly because I don't really know what to do, honestly. And I think knight g3 is far less impactful, not only because knight f4 is just winning after knight g3 now, but also with the king on f8, knight h5 is not doing as much. So yeah, rook e2 played, rook f2 played. Okay, damn. I like this little maneuver here. I didn't consider it at all. So that explains why not rook e3, because what was on Eric's mind was defending this pawn so that what? Knight g3 can be played without any debate. Like now knight g3, knight h5 just looks good. So if black continues to make whatever moves, I guess, are we seeing this? Rook f2, preparing knight d4. I feel like knight d4 is good, but not if the knight can take it. I like this, though. It's such a slow move, but I guess in this position, you sit here and you're just like, you know, what can really happen? What can black do? Nothing too scary, right? The knight on e6 basically can't move at all. So it feels like Eric almost has his opponent in a position where there's no moves, no scary moves. Neither one of these pawn moves can be played. The knight can't move. The bishop can move to d7, but so what? Yeah, I think Eric's going to go knight g3 next after defending that f-pawn with his rook. Such a slow maneuver, but starting to at least appreciate that there's no calculations to be done anymore. Now, knight g3 is just happening. Eight minutes to 14. A little bit of time pressure for Eric, but you know, a little bit of adversity keeps us honest. Your opponent is the sleeveless guy? Oh, so you played a unit, cuz. You were playing a unit, I see. No, he already finished his game, Himothy, successfully as well. I haven't seen the PGN, but a nice quick dub. Send it over, cuz. When we get a chance, we'll definitely pull it up here. Yeah, Rook 88, Knight G3 appears to be the clear choice. Nicola, we were remarking on these earlier. Yeah, those chairs quite possibly look like the most uncomfortable chairs that classical FIDE tournament has ever used. But I'm not aware of the other contenders. But the chairs look horrid. Starting to pay attention to this video a little bit more here. Time's getting low. Trying to see the body language. Speaking of body language, it looks like we might get a move here. I don't know if anyone does this anymore, but a very common over the board trick is as soon as your opponent gets up from their chair, so it's your turn, and your opponent at some point gets up from their chair. Maybe they just made a move. Maybe they made a move and they've been sitting there, but they finally decide to get up, like Eric just did right there. You see that? Now, at that point, as soon as Eric makes the move to get up, you raise your hand like this, as if you're about to move. And immediately they're like, well, shit, I gotta, okay. But they almost sit back down. And then as soon as they sit back down, you put your hand down. You just won the psychological war. It's like, bitch, sit the fuck back down. Where you think you're going? That was a guarantee back in my day. Over the board chess, when I was much younger, this was like, okay, every single, as soon as you took a step, as soon as you even inched your chair, like the little creak that's like shuffling on the floor, like to make room for you to get out, the fucking hand went up and you're like, gosh, shit. Gotta stay here now. And those little shits, they really did it. As soon as you actually like called their bluff and were like, no, that's a fake hand. I really am getting up and walking away. Then like the second you're out of like earshot, the second that your eye can't like see the clock levels, move comes in, and then the silent double hand press so that no sound is made. And then the little shits stay there and continue to look like this as if they're thinking. Bastards. I've easily lost minutes off my clock. Easily. Nasty, nasty tricks. Yeah, there's no way I could continue. Couldn't continue in the professional scene. I don't have what it takes to remain psychologically strong in situations like that anymore. G5. G5 is quite the move here. If black plays G5, immediately, I don't trust it. Let's start with that. I gravitate towards, at minimum there you have pawn to g3 if you don't have anything else. But I definitely look at knight takes on h6 as a move. Hello to Nitzud Prime. Wild Hacks adding another one to his registry. And wow, g5 has been played. Amazing that we just talked about it and then it's on the board. Himothy just called. I mean, it makes sense that Himothy called this move. It's horrendous. It loses on the spot, probably. I said I was drawn to knight takes h6, and that's the move I prefer here. Look, there's always g3, but knight takes h6 was, I don't know. It was the first move I was thinking of in reaction to g5. Just because, like, queen takes h6, I was like, okay, pawn takes here. We have to be crushing with this knight hanging. Queen g7, we can just take. Worst case, but we also have other moves as well. I'm in total shock. And this is why Eric has not needed at any point during this game to play in a way that's like trying to maintain the biggest advantage, because we can see when the advantage was at an all-time low, maybe slightly better for white, nothing to write home about. Black comes up with this insane move, g5. Aryan is in shock watching this. Okay, Eric played knight takes h6 quickly as well, which is exactly my reaction to this garbage move. I don't know if the knight takes h6 is the best move, but I mean, what a trash move, g5. Can you believe it? So unnecessary. Why play this? There's a billion moves here. g5, this is crazy. It's like completely not called for. Okay, now knight h6. Let's say black plays knight takes f4. I'm wondering about rook g5, because if rook f5, you do drop the knight now, and if takes here, there's issues. So it has to be this. There's rook e1, but who cares? There's queen h6, but who cares? And this knight is loose, so I just don't see anything here. Maybe this, right? That's like a negative. That could happen. But the nice thing is, you can take here. If takes, there's checkmate. However, rook e1, there's still a hell of a lot to calculate. Queen takes here. Rook there, there's queen g1 checks, so you feel like operating with checks here. This is one of them. And king e7, knight f5 check. I mean, I'm not doing anything special here. I'm literally playing the only checks. There's no checks here as well. Knight f5. Now the king has to move on to this diagonal, and at that point, as a calculator, you have to feel like, okay, there's got to be something here. Knight takes f4 played. Okay. Rook g5, most likely. But I think I just stumbled upon maybe the line that black was counting on. Do you think that was it? Just because, I'm not going to lie, there were a few ways you could totally fuck that line up. Rook g5, knight h3 was trickier than I thought. I have to admit. I stand by g5 being an absolutely insane move, but Eric's got 6 minutes to figure out what's going on. Knight takes f4 on the board. What other move do we have other than rook takes g5? I mean, rook takes e8 is not special because your knight is just garbage on h6 now. The knight is so well placed here. You're in serious trouble. And actually, you know what? Knight takes h3 and rook e1 is a serious threat. Meaning, like, okay, rook here we already looked at. Queen takes h6. What other moves do we have? Rook takes e8. There's just knight takes h3 is a massive threat. Rook e1 is coming. You can bring the knight back, but obviously white's not. What's white playing for here? Nothing. Queen e5, maybe. Queen takes g5. Didn't even make sense. Queen takes e5. Okay, but it's just no good. The engine wants something. This is like the same thing. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, okay, okay. A little spice, a little rook f4 for the fans. Yeah, 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 yeah. Very nice. Exactly, Aryan. That's a ooh, that feels a little good to play. Rook takes f4. But it's nice to know at least after knight f4 that Eric has a couple options. But when I say a couple, I truly mean a couple. Any other move than these two, I think we're in big trouble. But I think the natural follow-up to knight there has to be rook takes g5. However, as I said, this is legit difficult to calculate. Knight takes h3. What's the only move? Queen takes. Okay, this is not hard to notice. But what about this? Now black has a couple moves. Number one, queen takes g5. We didn't even look at that one yet. After queen takes g5, the only move in this position to really keep the edge is knight f7 as opposed to rook f7. And remember, in this position, you have to like only this. And then even here, it's not even that clear. Because there's this shit to worry about. Can you believe it? Even in this position, the only move for white is rook takes a8. Cold-blooded. That's a lot to see. So what does Eric play? He plays queen g5. That makes a lot of sense to me. Even these nonsense-looking g5 moves. I mean, this is a GM playing g5. If J-Bell played g5, he'd probably be lost in a couple moves. This is a GM playing a nonsense move. So you know it's not complete BS. There's something here. So, look, Eric played this. Queen, he definitely sees rook f4. So let's get that on the board right now. Yeah, there we go. Chiefski. Rook f4. Oh, yeah. I think he definitely took the practical way out of that variation. We're most likely going to win this pawn. The queens are probably staying on the board as well. But even if they get traded, I think this will work out. Yeah, obviously, just to, put it out there for everybody. Here we go. Nice checkmate there. Good pattern to know. The king is boxed in by its own piece. So it's not an option. And queen e1 doesn't seem to accomplish anything. Looking good, looking good. Keep in mind the time, 4 minutes to 6.5. Still, Eric's like very far from playing on the increment. Still have some time to work out the final complications. Almost 3 years from Gaxi92. Thank you for the 35 months. Suin 34 tier 3. Captain Cooter Slayer, thanks for the 4 months. Got a lot of big resubs there. Eric's doing his best to fight for a win here for 5 out of 5. What do you do as black here? It's a great question. Rook here is obviously insufficient because your rook is guarding like this square and guarding the queen. You can't do that. So bishop d5, you're using a piece that you haven't used for any other purpose to guard that pawn. I can't think of anything else. Rook f5, I think Eric's going to bring that move out in just like probably immediately here, once he calculates queen g8. Queen g8 you need to look at. You know, there's rook f7 to consider. There's knight f5. But honestly, the king just starts to run away, and then I feel like everything is hanging. And I don't know if I like that feeling. So I think Eric's going to consider this for maybe a minute or so. And I feel like you have to land on rook f5 as a move. Oh yeah, rook e7, queen g8 is, I mean, it's reasonable. Look, it's possible. Who knows if these guys would have found it? I certainly didn't, so clearly it was difficult. Bishop d5. Okay. What's Eric going to do? You know, even a position like this, you know, your bishop's hit, and you've got this nasty problem of losing all your pawns. So, you know, there's c6, there's b5. I do start to get a little bit concerned here about losing my a pawn. Wouldn't be surprised if Eric was a little bit bothered by that. Yeah, Felix, that was yesterday, buddy. Knight f5 here. Yeah, knight f5 is not crazy with rook h4 ideas. Not crazy at all. Maybe knight f5. Interesting. Rook e6? And rook g6? Because amazingly, rook e6 covers, then g7 is covered, that's covered, rook h4, even h8 is covered. So knight f5, rook e6 actually deals with all the threats. Yeah, queen g8, knight f5. I'm not going to lie. Look, rook f5, the more I look at it, that endgame where the rook gets to e2 and hits all these, it's one of those that you know is the right, you know that rook f5 is the right move. Eric knows that right now because he gets 2 pieces for the rook. Black's best move and only move is queen e3. Because otherwise I feel like he's dead. Queen e1 check, king up. I feel like there's so many threats to deal with. So he does it. But look, black plays this. Rook takes, rook e2, and you actually have to, you know that this is the engine's preference, but it still spooks you a little bit. So I'll feel good when Eric demonstrates a line against rook e2 that he's comfortable with. Because I still think rook e2 takes with this a pawn here. 2 rooks can be very, very tricky. I like what I see here from Eric. This whole game has been pretty well played. What, you know, has Eric ever stood worse in this game? No. Has he taken every like engine chance? Also no. But not all of them looked that easy to calculate, and I think in most situations Eric went for a move that looked reasonable. Like a lot of times Eric was hanging a pawn in the middle game, but it's like to take that pawn, you have to have like engine calculation as black. So he was also playing the opponent a little bit. He knows that the guy's not going to take all the pawns he's offering. The position does look very complicated, so he was achieving quite a lot like that. He can DT code, but playing queen e3 and moving the king doesn't really make a lot of sense because, well, then you don't win the bishop. Whereas taking the queen, you win a whole piece. I think he's got to go for it. Look, queen here. I can't lie. This would be my first instinct. Let's say bishop e6, because you move your queen with check, and then you save your bishop. Why would you not do it? But the more I'm looking at this, I'm like pretty nervous about the position that the king is in. Queen f6 threatens checkmate, and you can't take it because of checkmate. Even moving my rook to f4, there's no checks incoming, and I have like bishop g6 and takes. I have queen g8. So I think black is actually better off going for this queen e3 check line. But he's played queen e1, and I'm not going to lie, Eric is, I think, super happy to see that move. I know that it actually keeps the piece, but as black, I thought queen e3 and rook e2 at the end was quite tricky. This just looks like a nightmare for black to deal with. There's no checks to the king. I'm actually feeling very safe as the white king here, so super, super happy to see queen e1 check from my perspective. I think Eric will feel the same. Because now you're just on the attack. Like, you're down the exchange, but you've got a pawn for it. You've got an insane attack. You know that you're better here. We like to see this. Okay, c6. Now, queen f6 comes to mind. But obviously what black is planning is most likely something like queen e6 to go there. If we play rook f4 or rook f6, black has queen e5 check. So it's fair to say that those moves are probably not it. Eric will have the, I presume, 30-second increment here, so not the end of the world. Knight takes f7, bishop takes, queen h6 looks good. I like the forcing line. I guess black can just kind of run. He's gone c4. Maybe this helps play a move like rook f4 or even queen f4, because you just gain time hitting the bishop as well as knight f7. But yeah, I actually didn't really mind this. It's kind of because you could play this, you could play this, but yeah, you have two pawns. You have the bishop for the rook, but black is getting defensive here. Okay, so Eric played c4. Bishop takes c4. I'm expecting the queen to drop back. Now that we've seen this, there's no like queen e5 or anything. This hits the bit. It's just a simple double attack. Queen f4 with knight f7 coming. Yeah. I think black made a big mistake playing queen e1. Just white's position is not really dangerous anymore. c4 was really an elegant finish from the chief, though. Yeah, the reason I'm talking about knight f7 is because black can play a move like queen e6, which defends both. But then I think knight f7 makes sense. But yeah, if bishop e6, then we'll play rook f7 for sure. What's the trickiest move that you can come up with in this situation, I wonder? It feels like it's queen e6. Just because if you take this way, you know, it is still, I mean, white's completely winning here, but somehow you could convince yourself you're still on even ground. This looks like the good variation for white, though. Agreed, Aryan. I think he kept making very practical decisions throughout this game. It was a really nice one to watch. Rook e7. Yeah, rook e7 is for sure quite a good move. Queen takes c4 though, and everything's defended. The knight can drop back here. There's just basically no problems with this position for white, and as black, you don't feel like you have any counterplay. So I think he did exactly what we said. Queen e6. And Eric can pick and choose. Rook f7 is really easy because you know that you're going to win that game, but the chief is very accurate. And knight f7 is, you can resign. Really nice move here because queen f7 doesn't even give you any hope because of the beautiful queen takes c4. Not just winning the queen outright, but knowing you're going to win it eventually and profiting the bishop first. And if the king goes here, I mean, you can win the queen like that. The king goes here, there will be mate, if not more. Trust me, there are worse things that could happen to you than checkmate in this position. So we'll probably see this. Is this the best move officially? Has to be, right? You're getting, you're kind of getting destroyed in every other line. So I think you have to give up your queen here. And bishop takes f5. By the way, is this actually the same line? I actually thought that this was significantly better, but it might actually... Does it just transpose? I think it does. I mean, this is so winning for white, but I was just realizing that maybe this is the exact same. I still think this is the better move order. It's the more shocking move order for black to deal with. And so it definitely seems better, but I think it's actually just the exact same. Bonerpool gives a sub to Amoreale. Aryan has already provided us with the winning variation here after knight f7. The opponent's going to have to move, though, so let's wait and see what he does. Time ticking down. He does play queen takes f5. Definitely the best move. But Aryan's already guided us to the winning line. Bishop takes f5. Bishop g6, forcing rook e7. And then queen h6, queen h8 will bare minimum pick up something in the corner there. When are we going to see the resignation? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see it here. You could play rook e7 and wait for queen h6, but I wouldn't be surprised to see resignation right now. Go chief. Beautiful stuff. Okay, he's making him play it here. He's going to go to g8, obviously. No point in playing it if you don't go to g8. Because king e8, check. Like, what what are we playing for? You just lose a whole entire rook. King here. At least you could hope for something like this. it just doesn't work. Nothing works. But I would say king g8 is the better try. It's all losing. There's the handshake. And there's the dub. Release the KOs. You've done a good job holding them. Let's go. Very nice. KO for Mr. Hansen. What's up, Java Bandit? A very nice win there. That was, like, I thought that he let the advantage slip a tiny bit, but it's not like he let it slip and didn't have it anymore. Just, I think he went for some really nice decisions. Probably some of the better decisions he made were the ones that I didn't give enough consideration to. Knight g4. I was so hopped up on Queen f3 for most of the game as a nice response, and I was quick to point out that I myself will miss opportunities to close out a game when I could claim a bigger advantage, because Eric just went for it with knight f5, leaving this pawn hanging, and it was just never in black's interest to take. And then here, I do think this was a moment where e5 probably was a little bit too much. Eric probably could have just doubled the rooks, maybe then played e5 or brought the rook to g3. But he built the game up, and this was the last maneuver that I missed. Rook e1, rook e2, and rook f2. And I kind of like it. Guarding the f-pawn. And honestly, this maneuver on its own made black panic. Just sent him in a spiral. G5. It was so unnecessary. But he just felt like he was under pressure the entire game, and he finally lashed out when time got low near the end. This was a great move, but from here, Eric was in control. As soon as g5 happened, I mean, Eric was just capitalizing, but I really like this rook e1, rook e2, rook f2 thing. Yeah, queen e3 check, I think, was smarter. Queen e3, I think, was a big chance for black. I did not like queen e1. I thought that kind of handed things to Eric. So very, very nice game, very clean game. So here, let's look at the nice win from Eric. I'll leave the cam on here, but we can also show the. Do they update the? Curious how the only other person with 4 points did in the tournament today. Because I think based on the starting list, he just played the number 2 seed behind himself, so definitely a good sign. Get, you know, one of your toughest pairings on paper, at least, out of the way, and with a win. Thanks, I Am Enemy, for the 16 months. Pawn Nugget, thanks for the 300 bits. Creamy Elite Stars, 90 months. Not a bad time at all for a resup. You know for a fact that it's a Grandmaster game because they're able to analyze without the pieces. Analyzing after the game is definitely a sign of a strong player. But if you analyze after the game and you set the board back up to the position you want to discuss and start moving the pieces, I mean, that's grounds to be removed from the tournament in my eyes. I don't need that kind of amateur shit in my tournament. So yeah, definitely need to be able to analyze without moving the pieces. Because if you are going to be the type of person that wants to analyze by moving the pieces, like what about here, 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 whatever, you'll notice that those types of people at least have the decency to go off into that shameful room. I think they call it an analysis room or a Skittles room, but there's like a jail cell where everyone who analyzes the game like that just tucks their head and walks over to. It's just so it's not in public. So that's, at least they have the decency. Yeah, you might catch Ubitsia like with a straw hat upside down trying to play people for money in the back. Wins for Cuz and Chief today. Are they waiting for an arbiter? No, they're discussing the game. Going over some moments. It's always interesting after the game because it's like, oh, I was thinking about Queen E3. I ended up playing Queen E1. Eric was probably like, well, I was happy to play Queen E1. I was scared of Queen E3. And that the guy's like, well, Queen E3, I was actually not so sure because I'm just two pieces down for a rook. Like, I have to be losing there. And Eric's like, well, yeah, but to be honest, in this position, my king is safe. And then it's just a conversation. Yeah, you'll notice that nobody on the screen right here having this conversation, neither one of them knows what's going on. There's just a general look of confusion. As I said, that's how you can tell that people are strong players here. We've gone over this. Why is the timer not going down? The game is over. A win for Mr. Hansen. Yeah, I'll look at it as soon as we have to subject the chat to as many GM to GM Skittles analysis as possible. We want to make sure people understand what it looks like to look like a strong player. Everyone should be paying more attention now than during the game. No, Badkins. The the schedule is effectively the schedule is 11 a.m. every single day. However, um, there's no round on the 8th, so a couple days from now, there's no classical game, and there's also some days with a an early round. So this is at 11 a.m. Eastern. It started. So every day until the 10th will be 11 a.m. Eastern rounds. But on the 8th, there's no games. They have a rest day. I think there's a Blitz and Rapid tournament, so we'll see if Eric's actually going to play that. Could be fun to watch as well, but he might actually want to enjoy the day off, which is what I would do, especially if he's having a good tournament. And the very last round is an early one as well. So there are some early games, is what I'm saying. It is a 10-round tournament, which is a little bit longer. Usually they're 9 rounds, but it is a 10-round tournament. So there's 1 or 2 games that are going to be super early. 10 a.m. for Eric, which means 4 a.m. for us. So I think we're going to outsource our commentary there. That's right. Phone up the old iceberger. Gory had one of the 4 a.m. ones. Go Gory. Tim got the VIP strip. Yeah, I wonder what happened to Tim. Need to be filled in. This is the game from yeah, this guy's also 4 out of 4, but it looks like Buddy with the black pieces here is absolutely dominating that knight. That this game's completely over. The knight's trapped, so you're just down a piece. Literally rook a2, right? You can resign. So this is GG, which means Eric is going to be the only guy with 5 points. And there will be a few people with 4.5. Quite a few. There's another guy with 5 points. Huh? I don't think so. I'm looking at the pairings right now. Rookie 5 looks reasonable. Yeah, but at this point, it just doesn't matter. This check is going to happen. That check's going to happen. Trade, take. I mean, I would say that white is playing this game on well beyond what's acceptable. Yeah, I would never trust the standings on chess.com. If you look at Alexander Dole, you can see that he's being credited with a win in round 5 against 2 different people. So, very quick research into that reveals that that it's not the case. Yeah, so this game is completely over, which means that this is the tournament, and this guy's going to lose, so Eric will have 5 points. He will have 4.5. So will Saric, Palach, Volodin as well. And even this guy, Masruri. So, yeah, Eric should be leading the tournament, which is a nice feeling, obviously. Oh, hey. That was weird. I went away from the from the stream, and it just ended. It was like when I was done with it, they were done with it. There we go. Well, it was a good conversation. Nice job for Mr. Hansen. That was great. First game that I've covered. And boy, was that a good one. It's shocking to see this game still being played on. This is well beyond what I would deem acceptable. Against an IM in a classical game, I would be promoting to bishops here, promoting to knights. Let's look at Cuz's game as well. Very nice win. So what that means as well, we can see the playing schedule here. That we just had our match today. So the next round is tomorrow at the exact same time, 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll be covering Eric's next game. Let's have a look at this. From Skinny Cuz. Let's see. Hey, thank you, Kilimanjaro. 5 subs, 100 total. He's been subbed himself a little bit longer than that total of gifted subs in the channel. Thank you, Kilimanjaro. Nice win for Eric today. This was Cuz's game from the same tournament. Interesting. Knight f3. I feel like I've seen this. I don't know if I want to call it theory, but Definitely seen this idea before. Knight f3, everyone assumes you just have to take the knight, but king f1 is such a strong reply. Not at the moment, Kilimanjaro, but I always recommend, if you're looking to get it, to try to use our code anyway. The code is just chessbra, because sometimes it ends up working well beyond our promotion date. Caballo, thanks for the 36 months, 3 years. Thank you, Mr. Loco. So it's always worth trying, but the answer, direct answer to your question is no. Okay, so we just won a piece here. Yeah, I mean, there's not really takes on e5, f5. I'm shocked by that move. I guess he really didn't want queen g4 to happen. Like, takes queen g4, he just saw maybe the queen's getting traded. It's a funny looking move though, that's for sure. Okay. I mean, this is just a cakewalk for Cuz. He's up a piece. He's just like not concerned. F4. There's just no spots for that queen to go. Just dominant. Dude, didn't stand a chance. Queen a7, queen a8. Cuz just wiped the floor with him and then hopped on over to the chessbra chat and spectated the chief. And even adjusted the chief's camera. What happened there, Cuz? Did we lose power or internet or what? Either way, problem solved, Mr. Cuz. Dude, this Cuz made this game look easy. But he got his opponent to just go into knight f3. Probably the opponent had never seen this before. Because to be honest, when you play bishop g4 to put something there, h3, you just assume like, I can do it. Knight f3, but king f1 is just winning for white. Yes, a nice bait from Cuz. Great. Well, good day for the boys then. Yep, that result is in. I wonder what this means. What the fuck is this title? He's born in 2009. What's I? I've never heard of this title before. Like, there's international arbiter, international master. Is he just international? Mr. Worldwide? Wait, what's this? I? The Roman numerals here? What the hell? One, two, three, four. Interesting. Yeah, it must be some sort of Croatian title. I've never seen those written before on a FIDE page, though. Are these FIDE titles? Because I'm not sure that a Croatian title gets written on a FIDE page. At least I've never seen that before. MK is obviously something similar though. Yeah, but I've never seen, never played like a USCF player where it says like category 4 beside their name or something. Interesting. I guess in Europe there's just so many of these titles. MK is like CM but national rating. Wow, it's so confusing. They're making so many titles now. It's kind of annoying. Participation ribbons. Category 1, Category 2, Category 3. Yeah, I just didn't realize those were recognized like on a, because if you printed a name tag for these people, I guess it would say this beside their name. National Candidate Master. Well, you learn something new every day. That's mine for the day. More titles, more fees. Yeah, these don't sound like FIDE ones though. At least I'm pretty sure they're not. But yeah, more fees. Smart. Go Croatia. All right. Well, in terms of commentary, I'll be back at 11 a.m. tomorrow. But we're still gonna keep streaming today. I am, however, going to swap over to our Kick channel and continue the show from there. We're just gonna be mainly doing the commentary for Eric's event on Twitch, but gonna swap to Kick for now. So that'll be the usual routine. And it's a 10-round tournament, so there'll be 5 more games. That's very funny to me, Nicola. That's very funny to me. Time for the after party. That's right. It's only 3 p.m., so we have the day ahead of us. Of course, with our viewer tournament later tonight, as usual. I'll see you guys on our Kick channel. But remember, tomorrow, 11 a.m., right back here on Twitch, going to be covering Eric's next round. He's got a perfect score, 5 out of 5. So he'll very likely be playing a GM tomorrow. But he did have the white pieces, as you can see, and all the GMs that won also had the white pieces. So I don't think it's crazy that he would play somebody else. It's just usually you don't drop, like you don't skip over 1, 2, 3 people because of colors just to get one more. So I think most likely someone will get a double white, like Sharish, for example, and then play Eric. Because yeah, anytime there's a debate about colors, the higher rated guy usually swaps colors, which means yeah, if Eric is supposed to be black, then he should get black again. Or sorry, if he's supposed to get black, then he will get it. And then it actually benefits the lower rated guy in that case, but that's just how it works. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Eric playing one of these 2 GMs. Probably Sharich, though. I don't really see why not. Unless Eric has had, yeah, he's white, black, white, black. White, so he's definitely going to get the black pieces. I'm not sure, Bazmaniac. I actually don't know about that. Probably not the most unusual last name, so I would guess no, but... All right. I'm going to head over to Kick. We're going to be streaming for the rest of the day, and we also have a viewer tournament later, so join me there. And don't forget, back tomorrow, 11 a.m. for Eric's round 6 game, where he will look to continue his perfect score. Thank you guys for watching our commentary.